All right, welcome to Group 5, Session 3 here. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Group five.
And
Oh no, don't hype up. He specifically called us out and shamed us on another stream for being all
Group
excited
5.
about it.
He was
Yeah.
like, Group 5 is doing some weird stuff when we start the stream.
Yeah, I saw that
So,
too, and it
yeah.
really offended me.
I was like, I turned off the stream after that. I felt personally
I'm just
attacked.
having
So.
I'm just trying to have a little Group 5 pride, you know.
it wasn't getting on. It wasn't getting all on. Yeah, it was just all I was doing was trying to hype up the other group and be like, hey, you all should try it out and see how you like it. Sets the tone. I'm using you all as an example.
Don't you try and explain this away. I'm not one of your NPCs you can trick.
Hey, you know what? I try. Do the best I can. So, going through recap of what we did before. You all arrived in Harak, right? The small mining village. You spent some time at the Frosty Hill Tavern. You talked with Barlow. You also talked with Elise, which is a servant of Duke Umbrian Arillo, and seems as though there was a tracking information through some of the people who had survived the strike or the shipwreck that had made their way into the village. And the Duke was just curious, is that who are these people? What are they about? And from the investigation was that people were pointing their fingers almost to you lot. Like you had fought something at the top deck. You had saved the ship. There was a lot of this conversation of them, talk to them if you want, like what exactly happened. Based on the fact that all the passengers were below deck in a lot of different regards. They were just listening to things that were happening above, and then saw you all with the captain, right, previously to boarding the tenders. So from that information, you went to the Duke's Manor, getting an invitation potentially there, which oddly enough kind of turned into you spending we're talking like day wise, right? I mean, we're on to the next day after that all happened. So the concept of time, there hasn't been much time. And from the Duke's conversation, you got kind of the vibe about the Duke, some relation of how that works with the mining company to the village. It's still, again, a little bit up in the air. I don't know if you have all the pieces of the puzzle, but you're starting to make these conclusions that, hey, start a revolt. I've heard that mentioned by one of you lot. And then talking with Pelu in the actual field house of the company, there was a disturbance in this mine. So giving you a little bit more information on something that the Duke had mentioned, and that's why you made your way up here towards the actual mine. And then Pelu didn't have a whole lot of other information either. And it seems that this event had happened really recently. In fact, only several hours ago from when you went to the Duke's Manor. Now, when you went into the mine towards where they're investigating a new tunnel, they're building new structures, right? They're kind of growing it. You went to that area that it was suspected. You came across a couple miners that had it blockaded or barricaded. You went in, and inside you found these gray dwarfs, and they were armored. They had shields. And they had strong weapons, and they were coordinated in their efforts as well. They seemed to be up to slight negotiations, as I call them, but I think some of you would call them more commands, that they were just telling you that this is what was going to happen. This is what you should do, or you were going to die. Now, through the translation, I think some of that was a little bit lost, and we went straight to combat. And we just said, let's just get on with it. And one of them did manage to get away and seemed to run in from this tunnel that had opened up, where it's this very short tunnel, and it had just kind of exploded outwards, almost, in a way. It had made its way through that and just went into the darkness, scuttling away. But could be for a number of reasons. Two of the individuals were put to sleep, thanks to Nereus, and they had been tied up, bonded, and then you have decided, instead of killing them or just letting them go, you've now brought them to the field house, that you're going to give them up in a way. And so we're coming into the scene here as you make your way. We are in the next day, as it is midnight-ish, right? So there's an overcast. The snow is slightly falling down. The temperature has dropped dramatically. And then there's going to be just a soft kind of howl of the wind Albeit Howl. What you're noticing as you come in here is that there is a less of those that there were before. So you're not seeing that crowd of individuals that you talked with by the braziers there. You're not seeing the half-orc that was leaning against the wall. Some of the lighting potentially from underneath the door frames of this long rectangular structure that's a supply house. That lighting is slightly gone at this point. There's no lighting coming from there. And then the people underneath the canopies to the south, so that would be the east, technically, in perspective. There's large canopies, right? They're pitched for tables with benches for communal eating and resting and things. And most of those people have left. There's only a fraction of them, but there's still fires there, right? So you're seeing fresh smoke billow out. There's some people that are maintaining them, making sure that they're running 24/7 through the shifts. But there's just not a whole lot of people that are here. So I'm going to go ahead and unpause it.
So is our plan right now to bring these guys to Palu?
I believe it was, yes. So should we get moving? Yeah.
Why aren't we bringing them to the Duke?
Because I don't think the Duke cared. Palu's
Yeah.
the one that told us to do this.
He doesn't know what's going on in the mines.
We made
Right.
the trade with Palu to move up their carriage, their convoy, till tomorrow for us if we investigated for him.
We received the
Plus-
letter from the Duke already that we gave to Palu before we went in the mine.
AKA, we have no reason to give the Duke these guys. We just want Palu to move up the cart.
I have a quick question to ask before we do this, because it might affect what my character thinks is right. So, before I was thinking that my character kind of grew up in an environment that was, if not similar, then at least comparable to the cold environment of Hyrock in the past. But then I was thinking that it might be that this character would not underestimate the harsh weather and would be more in favor of going with the caravan. I don't.
So we can I
what's your
go
input?
do briefly through that. Difference in temperatures is dramatic. So part of Ismar on the northern side is similar to the valley in a way that the temperature does drop. It gets snow. There is foliage, such as like thickets and evergreen trees and whatnot. In Ismar, it mainly consists of plains and large entrenched gorges, and almost as if the earth itself is like cut with lacerations of large talons. And that gives its way to many different river systems and some protrusions of foothills and lower small mountains in the actual region itself, as it's encompassed by the Frosthorn and then another mountain range referred to as Lavsteer, and that kind of encompasses that region to the north east of Arthuria. You, knowing that, would not underestimate the conditions of the Frosthorn. You would know that it's treacherous. You need to be well supplied. The temperatures themselves get drop far lower than they are in Ismar at this time of year. Ismar has normal seasons. This place does not. There are a couple reasons that you would be cautious.
All right.
All right, so no more any objections? Should we take these guys to Palu?
Straight to Palu.
Okay.
All right.
You see as they're shuffling along the entrenched road here, being pulled along by the actual bindings. They're not really resisting at this point. They're just kind of shuffling, and both of them have a little bit of like a smirk on their face. They're just kind of like like an eyebrow kind of raised, and they're like looking left and right and chuckling to themselves at sometimes. Gonna go ahead and move them along with you all here, as well as Sir Dougal controlling your token. Warp speed.
Can I ask these guys what's so funny?
What language do you ask them?
It's got to be an undercommon, just out of quote-unquote courtesy.
Well, they are gagged currently. You did have them gagged. So you're just hearing the gutturalness of the laughing. So they look towards you and don't say anything with the gag in their mouth. You can pull it out if you want.
I'll give them like one sentence before I put it back in.
Okay. So you take it out real quick, get towards the door here. Tardan, the door does as you kind of go up the staircase and try for it, or do you knock? What do you do?
I would just try for it, assuming that it was open last time.
Okay.
It would probably still be open.
It is locked, so you go to kind of push in. And there seems to be maybe a lock or a bolt maybe on the other side of the door that's been put in, so you're able to turn like the handle, and it's just not getting away. As you take the gag out, he looks at you. Things are not as simple as you think.
He said that in undercommon.
Yeah, undercommon, so no one can. Everyone else just hears lock, lock, dock, dock.
Well,
Lock, 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 lock.
I'll convey that to the group.
Okay, so that's conveyed.
I'm gonna grab.
Go ahead, Harrison.
I'm gonna grab the speaker by the back of the head and use his forehead like a knocker.
Okay.
Dunk, dunk.
On the door.
On the door.
Okay. So you're grabbing one of them that is restrained, reaching, basically taking him up to the door, then using their head to knock on it. Just takes the blow.
Yeah.
He kind of grunts a little bit from being hit into a
Oh,
stone door.
You should be so careful. Right, you should be so careful. It seems treacherous. These steps can be so wet and slippery in the ice.
As a little bit of time passes by, you hear commotion kind of happening inside, just like a little bit of shifting and moving and things, and eventually the door seems to kind of unbolt. Some sort of metallic bolt, and the door swings open, and staying there is Pelu, appears to be in a robe, black silk robe with a couple different golden accents, and he's just like bundled up and looks at all of you. Well, I did not expect you to be back till the morning. Come on in. It's really cold out there. So as you bring
dwarf.
as you bring him in, the wind kind of cuts out. Now you can hear is the kind of that's not a fireplace per se, right? The hearth, and it's not really a fire, but it's still cracking and shifting and different sounds that are happening. This Palo's looking now at the two gray dwarfs that you've brought in, stretches and stares at them and looks and goes, "Oh my word! What is this?"
May I present your mine pest?
He walks back a little bit and kind of turns around and... These are what is bothering the mine?
Well, certainly there are more. These are two of them.
They aren't rats, are they?
They aren't rats, no. That's intuitive.
Very interesting that they would come into the mine. That is very peculiar. He takes to make way over to one of the shelves and looks upon the maps, a couple different scrolls, and undoes a few of them and looks upon them very briefly. Turns around and snaps. Yes, well, what do you plan on doing with them?
Well, bringing them to you was as far as we thought.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I don't exactly have a prison or anything. Can't exactly stay here. I suppose I can go get dressed and we can wake up some of the guard in Harak and give them these gray dwarves. If not, I'd have to find some other means of barbarically chaining them somewhere like dogs. I don't really feel like doing that.
We thought that maybe you just want to keep them on ice until a prisoner exchange could happen that you could facilitate.
What do you mean a prisoner exchange?
I mean, 2 of your people are missing, are they
What?
not?
Oh my goodness. It's the first time hearing of this.
That's what your people in the mine before the
Oh.
blockade told us.
Ah, I swear. Miscommunication. If things don't happen the way that I do them, then they obviously don't happen.
Right?
Filthy rock guards. They should have warned me. Did you even see them in there? Didn't come to the field house. Rummaging through a bunch of drawers and things, slamming things back and forth.
No, we didn't see any of the guard. Actually, now that you mention it.
That is appalling. They just left my miners in there to fend for themselves. Good Duke, that is. Pulls this thing out. Paper, grabs quill, and begins to write some out. Looks
Is the
towards-
Duke where they get their directions? The Duke
Yes,
is where
well-
they get their directives from?
Of course. I mean, the Duke is the means of their payment.
How would you describe your relationship with the Duke? It would seem that it's not very open-ended.
What do you mean by that? Elaborate. Open-ended.
Well, it just seems like he kind of sits in the manor from what I noticed and drinks and eats and talks, and he's very hands-off. Not really, I don't believe he's probably been down here face to face. I don't think you said you even meet with him yesterday
Oh.
before we went in there.
I mean, at occasion, I am invited. I'm invited to the manor, and we do sit and we do discuss logistics. How much we're extracting and different labor costs and things. That is something that we do on occasion. I would say that's probably once every 2 weeks. Now, as far as getting the Duke up here to deal with this matter, no, that would never happen. And quite honestly, we could do out without the Duke. I'm perfectly capable of running my own company.
And why
But,
don't you?
Well, it is a decree that has been passed down. Have you ever messed with the Talthars or even the forces of Falor? I don't think so. Because if
I
you
wonder
did,
if
you
you-
wouldn't be saying that.
Pelu,
Have you found... Yeah, sir.
is there anything? Is there any contract keeping you in the Duke's service?
Contract keeping me in the Duke's service. Now, there is nothing that is a mutual agreement, if that is what you're asking. This is a command. This has been signed and sealed by King Reldor himself, passed down to Lord Downfalor, and then enacted upon.
So you are in his service, but not.
Would
by
you
your will.
count a slave in service to their master? Questions there. Really. Seems like a moral dilemma. No. This company, after I purchased it 7 years ago, has done quite well. And I have brought the village into boom, so to speak. Barlow wouldn't be happier. A couple of different shops have been existing here since the time of some clan Aldefist dwarfs that founded the mine a long time ago. Now, this village, if it wasn't for me, this village would be nothing. Many of the miners wouldn't be paid anything. Why do you think so many of these folk are either old or young? Well, that's because either they're old from the previous mine being open, they've just kind of sat here without leaving, or young. People are sending their children this way in hopes that they can shape them up and get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
can
you
tell you
believe you
for
could run this? You could run this whole operation better, more
I am
effectively.
running this whole operation, is what I'm getting at.
So
There's nothing that the Duke is doing that I could not do myself. And in fact, I am doing it.
So, sounds to me like you need an audience with the king, or somebody to speak on your behalf.
Do you not realize that I can send messages myself? Of course, I have sent envoys. Some of my mining folk, especially those going off on the caravans, to make way for Balder and to seek an audience, or at least go make way to Lord Town for and seek an audience, because that's how these Jandakrans work. But they have refused. And in reply, they will send back word that this is what needs to be done. Paladins. Can't argue with them.
I wonder, in your dealings with the Duke so far, have you found him to be at all untrustworthy or deceitful or, other than useless? Have you found him to be dishonest in any way?
No, I have not found him to be dishonest. He has definitely kept his word. I mean, the fact that there is a guard here is only by his own design. If it hadn't been for the gold bestowed through his own endeavors, as well as supplemented by Falor, we would not actually have a guard. They are paid easily 5 times as much. Many of them are my own miners that decided to do it. And they put up with a great many things. Again, patrols and these cold temperatures. No one wants to be outside during the night or anything. I would like to know, though, who was supposed to be tasked with coming up here. And obviously, they didn't give me communication, but again, they're young. They could have just easily made way to the Duke's Manor and gave word there, and then are now sleeping soundly in the barracks.
And who is the head of the guard? That's Elise, right?
Are you asking me, or is that something you
Yeah,
want to know?
I'm asking Palo. Yeah.
Well, the head of the guard is just an elected individual of the lot. Her name is Tamra. As far as who they reach out to and what the head of the guard really does, I mean, I wouldn't say there's any difference between any of them. I think they're all just the same. They're thrown an armor and a weapon, and then they're told.
So it stops and ends at the Duke, huh? Well, I think we should let Palu get back to bed, and we can go see the Duke. What do you guys think?
Well, actually, this is the brainstorming phase, so there are no bad ideas. Let me just say this idea out loud, without any judgment, and we'll see where it goes. Now, Palu, you're not some stuffy old bureaucrat stuck in your ways. You can adapt to changing circumstances.
I have adapted, yes, numerous times.
Well, the presence of these gray dwarves, well, it's a drastic paradigm shift. But it's also an opportunity. Now, what if you use the presence of these gray dwarves to take back your mine from the Duke? What if you worked with them to depose him?
Well, that would be if they are willing to do so, and I honestly am not a killer, and I'm not a mischievous ploy. I think that this can be held up in court and in due time.
Would that make you... I wonder if an act like that wouldn't make you an enemy of the crown.
No, it would make me for sure the enemy of the crown. I mean,
But would the
That's the
crown
point.
concern himself if the iron continued to flow
that is true.
to the capital?
But I am
If
unfamiliar with what communications the Duke has with Lord Fallon Falor. I am not privy to that information. I do not know how they communicate. I don't know what messengers he sends. Maybe Lord Fallon Falor sends a different word into the manor. I'd have to get my own scouts and to witness that a lot. But I am currently head slightly above water. I mean, I have missing prospectors up in the mountains. I have this whole shenanigans with the mine. Then I also have to make more opportunities elsewhere to meet the quota. And I have to fresh new lot. I have to send caravans out to Othema. They have to arrive successfully. So these are all things that are added on. And now you're talking to me that I need to now work with these gray dwarfs here in some sort of plan to take back the village. I see that is something that I am not honestly not willing to do.
sounds like the Grey Dwarves could potentially fix the problem of your manning. There were
Unless
many.
The Grey Dwarves are already working with the Duke.
I gotta
They
tell
did-
you, Rock, that
Disagree.
sounds. It sounds like. It sounds like treachery to me. It sounds like treason.
Treason is the
And
highest order.
I wonder if. Pelu wouldn't simply be trading one enemy for another.
Well, the way I see it, these dwarves claim this land, and there are basically three options: to work with them, to fight against them, and likely die, because this is not a strong settlement.
So you've
or
spoken
we
with
could
them.
flee. Yes.
Oh, I see. What? I mean, so they
Oh. Yeah, they understand everything we're saying right now.
Oh, they speak common. Oh my goodness. Well, so
Of course they speak common.
cracks open a bottle of wine that's half gone, pours it into a goblet of sorts, sloshes around, walks back to the desk. Well, I mean, speak freely, I suppose. Are they remove their gags? Why are they gagged?
I'll take out the
Sir
gag.
Dougal will remove their gag. Yeah, we'll remove the gags.
We'll both take a gag out each.
Speaking undercommon to each other. I wonder how that gnome will taste later. What are they saying? That is so interesting, their language.
Well, you know, it's very difficult to translate. It's very idiomatic.
See.
Sir Dougal kicks one of them in the spine and says, "Knock off the bok bok.
Ah!
No more bok bok."
That's
So-
racist.
Throck, you say so Throck, you say that they claim territory.
Yes, the territory goes from, and I'm gonna look at them in a way where, like, I want them to elaborate or correct me or whatever, like fill in the gaps.
Sure.
Many miles from where the mine met that, from where the miners went missing, let's say. And it's likely that includes everywhere from the mine to the sea, I would say. Why not with these guys? I
You
said that in
care
a
about the
in-character
mountains.
way.
You exploit the riches of our people. And we'll have your heads for it.
Hey, Harak, can you ask them if they would be willing to trade anything for the riches of the mountain? Is there something else that they need?
I'm expecting the answer is no, but I will relay the question.
We're all speaking in common here. They spoke in common, so you can ask them directly, Indigo, if you want.
Okay, yeah. I just look at them and say, is there anything that you would trade for the iron that these people seek?
Your iron
If-
is weak. It is not the same. Surface iron is oxidized, pathetic, breaks easily. It's not as malleable as great Duergar steel, or even that of dark steel.
Maybe an
Why-
agreement could be met.
There is
What
no
if they
agreement
never-
that can be met.
Huh.
We are soldiers, and as such our orders are simple. You're better off to kill us now.
So, I have a question. I wonder, since you said surface iron, makes me wonder whether or not you're uninterested in the ores and veins that are higher up in the geography and the topography of this mountain. Do you
Sir-
claim you're
Sir Dougal, as you're talking to this particular Grey Dwarf, out comes a ray of water, splashes into their skull, into the wall behind. It completely cracks the skull open, brains and bone parts just shatter into the wall. As Nereus is landed a nat 20, deals 14 points of cold
I don't know if you
damage.
saw it. There were two
A double
20s
20.
in that roll.
Was there 220?
You just wasted all of your.
Oh.
Did Nereus just splat his brains on the wall?
Nereus just rolled advantage
Yeah.
and got 220s. So that's pretty crazy.
Well,
Yes.
I guess that answers that question.
Are we done here? They just
are
said they
now.
would never talk.
So you see the other one. The
Let
other one
me-
does not have fear. They look upon the body. He was weak.
I have only one relevant question before whatever you want to do.
So Thrak, as you're doing that,
Oh.
Palu begins to scream, "Oh my god! It was why?
Wyatt.
There's no reason for that!
It's fine, Palu. It's fine.
No!
It's fine.
He's dead!
No.
He's
Hey,
gone!
just drink. Hey.
No!
All right, I'm gonna go grab his wine bottle and I'm gonna come pour him some more wine. Just look at the goblet.
I cannot see that. Ah! Ah!
Dwarf. Does your territory include the city of Uluda?
No.
Good.
We lay no claim to surface dwellers' settlements. We only lay claim to what is in the mountain. That is what I've been ordered and tasked. That is what I've been instructed by Prince Grawl Stonefist, who leads our endeavors.
An awesome name, by the way. Stonefist, that's...
A little on the nose for some great dwarves, though.
I like it. I like it.
Does your prince make alliances with surface dwellers?
I am not allowed to speak to Prince Grawl Stonefist. I only communicate with his secondary, Malrum.
Could you take us to Malrum?
No.
Do you know if the two that were taken are dead?
They would not be dead. They would be questioned.
Would you rather? I'm just interested. Would you rather die, or would you rather be imprisoned? Is there a a code that you gray dwarves live by that would bestow more honor upon you as a corpse than a prisoner?
There is no honor bestowed to those that are imprisoned and released. There
Understood.
is no entrance for any of us after we are taken from the mountain.
No prisoner exchange then?
They would not accept it. Which is why I was telling
someone
you your
wanna take him?
efforts are futile.
So, well,
I want to take him outside and end his life.
I think he might do it himself.
when there
Yeah,
are
but
no
where's
more
the fun in that?
questions, let me do it.
You act like you can kill without consequence, like towards you, Rock.
Could say the same for you. You thought you could kill us without consequence. Here's your buddy, dead on the ground.
We are one but many. We are bred and trained for war.
The
I wanna
only
take-
consequence of this entire interaction is a lack of interest.
Yeah, Nereus is creeping me out a little bit. I think Sir Dougal is gonna.
Take him
I think Sir Dougal is like looking at Nereus in a sidelong way, you know, like.
This is like a mice in bed. It's so sick. He would let me stare.
Hey, I don't know how I feel about
Yeah, we're gonna deal with that soon.
I mean, he said he was never going to tell anything. You might as well just kill him. And Darius said nothing. His patience was stretched thin. Jeez, this is like the dumbest conversation he's ever experienced, and he thought that was what happened in the mines, but no.
Well, if there are no more questions, I want to untie this guy and give him a fair fight.
Exactly
Time.
what I was thinking.
Slowly turns
Fists.
around to you. Grabs at the bindings on the wrists. Am I free?
When you kill me, you are free.
Ooh, wow.
He goes in for a punch towards your face. Please roll initiative. All right, you're up first. You see the fist coming towards you. $16 is going to hit. They don't have a shield on, so does 5 points of bludgeoning damage, which is enough. They didn't have any HP at all, given the fact of the treatment you provided them. So he covers it with the fist. You take the warhammer around, smashing and clubbing into the head. Takes the blow and falls down to one side, lifeless. That combat is over.
Hey, Torden, you missed it. He was really I didn't know how it was gonna go, and then it was over.
I was gonna say I didn't hear very much commotion, so I'm assuming Harak is okay.
Dude,
However,
Harak
after seeing him in the mines,
just dealt this guy's face in with the war pick. You should have seen it. It was hilarious. It was like his face, and then it wasn't his face. It was great. It was crazy.
all right, we've scarred Palu enough for tonight.
Are
Are we
you
done
all
here?
insane?
Can Palu go to bed?
When he
Palu,
when
look,
he's
I'm
when
so
he
sorry.
says when he says, "Are we insane?" I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna jump on the table next to him. And I'll be like, "Do I look like I am insane, my friend?"
It is the middle of the night. you have brought here what you have told me as the reason that there is this thing happening in my mind, and then you kill them in my field house. And then outside in the street, I heard.
Palu, just go to
Breathe,
bed,
Palu.
sir.
Breathe,
Just go to
Palu.
bed.
Just. Ah, yes. He looks towards you, Tardan. Your hand, Tardan, your hand.
I will hold out my hand and take Palu's hand, and I'm going to lead him to the stairs.
Strokes it real quick.
That's
Ooh.
fine.
Oh, would
As he
you?
leaves, I say, "Nice pajamas."
Oh, don't speak, Tardan. Would you mind spending the night with me? You've been such a joy.
Oh wow.
I am needed elsewhere. I am so sorry, Palu, but if
j-
you could just go up the stairs here.
Was it no? Tartan has nothing to do tonight. He is
Just-
completely
Hey,
free.
hey, Indigo.
There is no. There
I
is.
need
I
to talk to you, Indigo.
I keep his schedule. He has nothing on the books until 8 a.m.
Please,
He is-
please, clean up before you leave, please.
I'm just looking at
Watching
Tartan
the
like this. I'm
goblin
like, I got you, man. I got you.
Taylor ascends the stairs and walks up.
Well,
Sir Dougal's gonna approach Nereus, and he's gonna with his arms folded, he's gonna nod towards the dead Durgar that that we killed, and he's gonna say an honorable death.
Hey, one of you big, strong, handsome men out here. You want to come grab this dead guy so I can clean up the brains and stuff inside?
I'm good.
On my way.
I knew I could count on you, Dougal. So yeah, if Dougal moves the body, I will use prestidigitation and kind of like clean up the area where there's.
Sounds good. So you just clean it
I'm-
up and you kind of remove some things with the magic and kind of take the body and throw it out, Sir Dougal, onto the other one that's lit there on the actual road.
I'm going to stand right here in front of the brazier and create a shadow with my body that looks like it is approaching Dougal slowly, like it is about to attack him.
Mike, roll perception.
Is there any reason that you're doing this?
Okay, never mind.
No
Just
reason
doing
at
it to
all.
doing it? Yeah. Well, he's not. I mean, he's not being stealthy. I mean, you can see the shadow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, Indigo is not trying to be stealthy. I
Something
don't think.
like this.
Dougal mutters through a closed jaw at Puff. Draw swords. Draw swords. Draw swords. Puff comes out, rapier in hand.
I make the shadow look like it's going for Puff.
And we simultaneously jump and turn around, swords drawn, and there's nothing there.
And then the shadow is like, ah! The shadow dies.
Puff laughs. Puff laughs a chipmunk laugh, a squirrel laugh, which coincidentally sounds like everything else a squirrel does.
So, I know this is going to sound weird, guys. I've been thinking here. When they said that there's more at play that we don't know, as relayed to us by Harak, I feel as if the reason that nothing has stirred before is that the Duke is in bed with these gray dwarves. So I feel like if we're going to get to the bottom of this safely, that we need a plan. And I have a rather crazy one if anyone wants to hear it. Just throwing it
Well,
out there.
No,
Can I-
thank you.
can I
We're
ask you
leaving
first
tomorrow.
why? Can I ask you first why you think that? Why you think it's a better explanation that the Duke and the Grey Dwarves are in league with each other rather than perhaps the miners haven't mined as deeply as they have recently?
Judging by the guard's actions, because if the Duke was truly here to make sure the mine turns a profit, that means that his goal would be to make sure that the mine continues to produce, which does not happen if the miners are killed. However, if he happens to have another way to get the iron via the Great Dwarves, he doesn't need the miners.
Grey dwarves do not share with
Right.
the surface dwellers.
True, however, they did mention that they have lots and lots of gold and other things that make me think that they have done trade in some way, shape, or form with surface dwellers, and that was a lie. Because they did offer to pay us rather handsomely if we took them back to their place, their village or whatever.
I'm a little torn because it seems like it's going to eventually become a more volatile situation regardless. If we stick to our own task, our personal task, and leave, there may be some dispute and then eventually a fight. It may go either way. They live in the mountain. These people are mining the mountain. Doesn't seem like either one is going to give way to the other. And so I guess the big question is, who do you guys think is right, or do you even care that this is happening? I kind of look at Nereus when I
I
say the
don't
last point.
care.
And that's why I just stared at that.
Everyone said that they needed to get somewhere. You hired me to guide you. Why does it matter what's happening here? It doesn't.
Well, I
If they
actually
live
have
or die, we don't care.
to agree with the psychopath. We don't. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to stay here. I think we traded services in exchange for an expedited passage on their caravan, which is set to leave in the next day. Right? We don't have too much more time here before the caravan leaves. If you guys are suggesting anything, I know you're not, Nereus, but if you guys are suggesting something other than leaving on that caravan,
Oh no, it was more. There has to be a way to guarantee that caravan gets through the mountains, and it's most likely the guard who, if are in league with the Grey Dwarves, we have now upset. So this is more of
I see.
more
You
of
think,
me
right?
looking out for myself and letting you guys know to be aware tomorrow of whatever
think-
happens.
You think that our besting of the Grey Dwarves has somehow compromised our standing with the guard?
Correct.
I see. Thereby jeopardizing our safety with the caravan.
Correct.
I
And
would
if
say
not
that-
with the guard, there's no way to guarantee the dwarves don't attack us tomorrow, as we have to go through the mountains that they own.
Actually, that's interesting. I don't know. To Dougal, to me, I should say, I don't think my impression has been so far that they own the surface or they claim any ownership of the surface.
Seems like they almost despise the surface level iron or just under. It's the rich iron in the deep subterranean, I'm assuming, caverns of which they live.
Right.
Seems like that is what they held most dear. But seems like a conversation can't even happen because, or at least with these guys. Or we could. I see two options. One, we leave and we bring this up to the powers to be that there is a escalating situation within Harrock between the local dwarven population that lives deep in the mountain and the mining company that is extracting the iron, and then it's their problem. Or, since the soldiers won't talk, we go all the way deep in there and talk to the big man himself and say, hey, what's the deal? But I do somewhat lean with Nereus. Do we care, truly? Because I
Right.
do have a task of my own.
Can you remind us, Mike, what the trip time was just from the mouth of the mine to the location we encountered these dwarves? What was the total trip time in and out?
I mean, you were only in there realistically for a couple of hours in time.
Okay.
Now, right now, I mean, in considering when you were invited, and you went through that whole endeavor with the Duke, and then you got here, you talked with Pelu, and then you went back and came here. It has been a period of about 5 to now 6 hours, right? Obviously, you're delegating here, and you're trying to Pelu, so we can probably tack on another hour or so. But so it hasn't been that much time in consideration of what has all like occurred, right? So what's important to understand as well is that you all are going to be exhausted soon, in consideration of how much effort that you've had to put in getting into the actual mining village and what you've all encountered, and that you haven't really spent that much time here, right? In consideration of how much like actual time has happened.
I'm going to bed.
Art, are you gonna
Wait, aren't we
let your-
sleeping here?
Are you going to let your employee talk to you like that?
I don't know where he's going because I'm pretty sure we're sleeping. Aren't we sleeping here? No, we're sleeping at the. Never mind, we're sleeping at the tavern. I'm an idiot. Ignore me.
I know. I do.
That's so good.
Where? I agree that we should go to bed. We should be wary and probably keep watch throughout the night. I have a bad feeling. I don't trust nobles as far as I can throw them.
Grey dwarves versus Talthars. That's what we call a self-cleaning oven. That's what we'll call it in 2,000 years when the self-cleaning oven is invented. Anyway.
You mean the prestigiation oven?
Yeah.
You just gave me a $200 idea. Hold on, I'm gonna write down this. Self-cleaning
To the Frosty Ale Tavern.
oven.
Okay. So you all are leaving, headed for the Frosty Ale Tavern. Are you doing anything with these bodies that you've dumped out here on the road? Obviously, in areas you've walked off. Or did you just leaving the bodies outside? I love it. All right. Okay. So you head down the path. So you had aimed for Harrock. With the conditions, it takes about half an hour. Just going to go ahead and put the map onto there so you can get an idea. The wind still howls, the snow continues, the temperature dropped. At this point, the temperature is right around 9 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's extremely cold, and you're having a difficult time. And you eventually make way after the half hour. You see the familiar single-story stone structure with the stone kind of tiling that's over top, and then it puts you onto the map. You're able to kind of navigate yourselves over. Sir Dougal's just gonna follow along. As you come in, the areas you head directly further downstairs, you begin to kind of wrap around, descending down. There does appear to be Barlow. Barlow is actually wearing a robe currently of a bunch of wool, kind of that's been stitched together and haphazardly. It's just throwing a couple more pieces of wood on the central hearth here to continue the warmth. Right, that's ideal, especially if you're all staying down there. It's just making sure that things are kept warm as much as possible, even down. Hopefully the heat kind of almost transfers down there. Gonna go ahead and might as well just pull you to scene on as well. Go into the basement areas. Barlow slowly kind of turns around as you all kind of wake in and just kind of holds the robe tight and just looks towards you. Oh, I'm very surprised you've all made it here. I thought you wouldn't be returning for the night. I was worried. Nereus, I'm gonna drag you to. Just gonna ping you, Nereus, which room yours is in. It's that one on the left. I'll unlock them.
Yes, we got a little sidetracked on the way back from the Duke's house, but we're here to get some rest.
Oh, that's great. Well, thankfully I'm keeping the fires warm. It's a cold night tonight, and as one would do, I mean, you all are my guests. I appreciate that. How was the Duke's? Was the manor everything I've dreamed of?
It was not as impressive as it probably should have been.
Oh, I see. Well, that's great. Well, I'll have breakfast for you all in the morning. I'm gonna be getting some sleep here. You all have a good night, and none of you all need baths or anything. You all good?
Appreciate it, Barlow.
Okay.
Barlow,
Yeah.
if you have ever had dreams of operating a tavern in some other part of the world, you might want to revisit those dreams and consider it.
What does that mean?
Well, nothing. Get some
Oh.
sleep.
Right. Well, okay. Good night. All right, we're gonna go and activate the basement scene for everyone. If you're not on it already. So as you come down to the basement, the staircase descends and slightly wraps around. There isn't much note here, as the ceiling height of the corridors are extremely low. They're about 6'5", if that, and you're kind of having to navigate. The stonework is decent. It's actually quite nice, which is obvious for a particular dwarf. Maybe the Barlow has got other talents elsewhere. It's not sure. You all were kind of tasked towards the first corridor on the left, with the 5 rooms that are there. So the keys handed out. Just went ahead and unlock the room, so you can just navigate to whatever room you'd like. Put yourselves in there. Along the south wall, there's a door that leads into kind of a metallic bathtub and some buckets. The bath can be made, and then there's a toilet or a bathroom along the eastern side of the main corridor, single stone door. So as you all make your way down here into these rooms, there's really not any sort of accommodations. The hay looks to be fresh. Maybe Barlow kind of spiffied it up a little bit. The pillows themselves are filled with wool and they're stained and it's not great. There's like blankets that are just thrown out. They're scratchy and old, and there's just a dim candle that is new, freshly placed within a metallic bowl that's just glowing right now and helping you out with some light within the space. With that said, is there anybody wanting to do anything before they take a long rest and go to sleep?
Are we bunking up?
No, you each have your own room.
Nereus is questioning all of his life choices as he falls asleep. That led him to this terrible, terrible fate.
Now I'm gonna meditate on my bed and do what elves do.
Trance. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
My
Is it
shield will be polished. My sword will be sharp. My tabard will be clean. And you will be up and ready to go at dawn.
Squeak, squeak.
Could just ask your friendly neighborhood bard to clean all that for you. Just throwing it out there.
The sword
Ball
needs
salute.
sharpening.
Puff Red Ball salutes you, Sir
Wow.
Dougal.
prestidigitation does not build character?
Yeah, exactly. It's his job. Don't pay no mind. You're doing a great job, Puff. Monsieur Redwall.
Which way does the door open? It opens in or it opens out?
It opens in.
Okay. I'm gonna take the. I'm gonna readjust everything in here before I fall asleep, and I'm basically going to sleep against the door
Okay.
because this is an unfamiliar place.
Sure, sure. Makes sense. Cool. All right. That, go for it.
Is it cloudy today or tonight?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then no comment. Continue.
Okay. So with that, everyone undergoes a long rest. Not really anything else anybody wants to do, so I'm going to advance the time clock here.
Remind me, how do you do the long rest on the?
So you should be able to go to utility on the actual hotbar, and then you should see long rest underneath utility. Or you can go to your character sheet, and you should see kind of a bed. And there's 2 hourglasses. One on the left is short rest, the one on the right is long rest.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Got all my spell slots back. Let's go.
So as you all make way in the morning here, there's slight movements happening above. You can hear kind of shifting and moving upstairs. Probably just kind of similar, right? Commotions happening that you're used to. Maybe sleeping under a tavern. People moving about upstairs, and luckily it's made out of stone, so everything's decent. You're getting an idea that. Well, you just see, I guess, individually if you're all making your way. Are we all going upstairs? I should ask. Everybody?
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and activate that then. Getting an understanding that the tavern potentially was more full, considering Tartan you trained, so you're able to hear that. That the tavern was probably more full earlier. And in this particular situation, right, these are like leftover, maybe those that work off hours at the mine, and they've kind of just sitting and huddled around their respective tables, appear to be kind of eating and drinking almost near end. Barlow is doing something within the stone slab of the counter. The hearth itself is burning brightly. Nothing on a spit or anything like that. There's the smell of these luxurious just luxurious spices and herbs and things. And Barlow's doing something on the counter. Looks to be just cleaning some mugs. Sees you all getting up, working your way up the actual staircase, and then sitting down on the table and waltzes over quickly. How did you sleep?
Slept very well. I appreciate it, Barlow. I'm just gonna say to him.
I hope the accommodations weren't too horrible.
That's the best sleep since I've gotten here.
Oh, that's good.
Adequate.
Adequate. Well, get many travelers, people wanting to stay here, but I try my best. I really do. Breakfast. Cook Bibi's in there and has whipped up some sort of, they call it a quiche. I don't know what that means, but I lent her my cellars worth of spices and dried herbs in winter towns, so many of the miners are quite happy heading to their shifts today. May I interest you in that?
Think we'll take 5.
5? Sounds great. And would you like ale, water, anything, maybe some more Barlow special?
I will definitely take some of the Barlow special.
Yes! Oh, I'm glad. Anybody else?
Barlow, do you have anything
It's
else to eat
5:30
besides
somewhere.
what Mimi's cooking?
Oh, well, Cook Mimi really took control of the kitchen, might add. But I can do something on request. They seem
No.
quite,
If it's
quite
already made.
skilled.
I just want to. I want 2 helpings of the food, please.
That's definitely doable. No problem.
Thank you.
And you were speaking there. Looks towards you, Brock.
Before I order Barlow, what's the weather looking like in the next few days? Do you know?
I could tell you it's probably more snow and cold temperatures as we get closer to winter. Why?
Just getting all the information in case we decide to head out in the near future.
Oh, well, yes, shouldn't be too bad. We still have several weeks till winter. So, I mean, when I say that, I always have to put it in terms. I should put it in terms of you lot. I tend to speak from a dwarf's perspective. No, it's going to be pretty bad out there.
Okay.
All right. Well, I have 1 bottle of special ale. I can set pictures out. Or a bottle of special water. Anything? Nobody? How about some bread?
Bread, yes.
Bread as well?
Anything, any food that you can bring, yes.
Oh, fantastic. I'll bring a couple baskets out. Anything else? All right, then. Silent type this morning. That's fine. Disappears to the kitchen.
So after we all eat, guys, are we ready to make our way to Palo and hop on this caravan? Anyone have anything else they want to do? Stop, see? We all good?
Is the caravan today or is it tomorrow? I thought it was 3 days, meaning today's day 2.
No, we asked them to move it up.
Oh, we
in
did.
Service of us going into the tunnel.
That's why we went into the mine. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so today, yeah, absolutely. We have to make preparations to join the caravan. Have we seen yet a place to acquire provisions for the trip? Or is that something will be provided for? I guess we haven't really sorted the details, right? We're going to need some.
I kind of perk up, and I would really like to go to the general store or something. I have something specifically that I need to get before we go. But
Okay.
I'm not there to browse. I'm there to just buy something specifically. It shouldn't take but a minute.
Okay. What, that's fine. So, after a period, Barlow returns, provides you all food and drinks and bread if you've got that, and just kind of lays it out and eagerly kind of sets it down and goes off to do other business. Doesn't spend time to do any idle chat at all. After dropping it off, just kind of begins to waltz off, headed for the kitchen, and kind of stops and turns over to the hearth and looks at it and kind of stares down, kind of grumbles to grabbing more wood, throws it on, then continues on with business.
Nereus, may I ask, are you warm-blooded?
Yes.
Good. That will be easier then. That is all.
Why?
Well, it means that you will produce your own heat rather than requiring a constant sourced outside of yourself.
I'm self-sufficient. Don't worry.
Do we, when we, I guess this might be our first day together after our arrangement, do we pay you at the beginnings of days or the ends of days?
Rock has already paid.
Well, that was generous.
I thank Karuk as I eat my double helping of breakfast.
Well, I am the one who agreed without input from the rest of the group, so it is my responsibility.
I would tell the group before we go wherever, I'm okay to leave. I'm torn between what's happening here, but I think that at the very least, whenever we get to the next town, we should bring this to certain people's attention in authority. So maybe they can take the information and do with it what they will. But I do think we need to get going.
Arden is going to chug the special and yeah.
Okay. Chugging the special, all of that. At some point, Indigo, I'm sure that you venture out on your own after eating towards the general store.
Yeah,
we don't
super
need
fast.
to. Yeah, we don't need to go through that role play at all. Are you looking for anything in particular from it?
Healer kit ×1.
Go ahead and drag it into your inventory. And if you want to
Thank you.
reduce the cost of 10 gold pieces from your inventory, it seems to be charging twice the value in this particular area. Seems to be a mixture of different kind of a hodgepodge of supplies and different things. I placed it within your.
I would also like to buy some candles
Okay, how many?
while we're doing generals. However many equals a gold piece, just to make it easy.
Okay, well, they're extremely inexpensive.
Well,
You
then,
bought
give me-
10,000 candles.
a
how
silver
about-
piece,
Tea
then.
light candles.
Okay, so a silver piece then, that's going to give you a total of 24 candles.
I'll take them.
Okay, they're in your inventory.
So we're in agreement that we're blowing this popsicle stand.
Yeah,
Right.
heading for the Palu.
Okay. So we'll get to the village map as long as everyone's comfortable, right? Finishing breakfast, drinking all of your drinks, and everything. We'll go ahead and kind of talk about that. So as you make way, headed for the Harak mine, that's where they're kind of the field house area. It's where they're setting up the caravan, or at least suspected as such. You see that the market is a little bit hustle and bustle, right? There's people moving in about. Traders are, selling the wares that they have there. Some of them which are actually leaving, so they're kind of packing up after they potentially have sold enough or didn't have enough business they were making, and they're beginning to heading outside of the village. Many of them, they're kind of robust. These actual wagons actually have like kind of interior spaces to them. Blacksmith is continuing to hammer away. Everything looks to be business as usual. It's not many. You're getting off past your perception. You see a couple patrols of guard kind of moving between the stone hovels. They're just kind of walking and talking amongst themselves, chit-chatting. And there's nothing really suspicious going on that you can all tell, and nothing that would kind of drag your eyes to perceive. Eventually, taking time, it goes about a half hour, so go ahead and advance some time to about 10:30ish in the morning, given the fact that you had some of you actually had to take the full time to rest. to where this map here. So I'm gonna go ahead. Snow is softly falling down at this point with an overcast. The temperature is right around 18 degrees Fahrenheit. You notice that there is the half orc that's currently there, bundled up in a large pelt of bear, and it's kind of thrown over the shoulders, and is stretched and looked at 3 particular individuals. Gonna adjust the scale ratio of one of those. There we go. This makes more sense. Okay. Staring off at 3 individuals, Pelu as well as the half orc. And from top down to bottom, there seems to be a human of sorts that's rather like bundled up in different black clothes with a backpack on. Definitely to keep warm. There's hide upon their shoulders as well as a cloak. In the middle seems to be a kind of a bear hide that goes over an older human. This human appears to be at least 90 years old and is wrinkled, holding a cane, and is kind of shaking within the colder temperatures, and is just kind of like braced like this as they're just kind of crouched down. And then the third is a half elf, and the half elf appears to actually be wearing studded leather armor. Has a quiver on the side with a longbow around. Has a cloak with a mixture of different pelts that have been stitched together, as well as some undergarments that are there to keep warm. Tall boots. Seems to have very striking features about them, very fierce features with green eyes. As well as this kind of, I would say, maybe like a dirty blonde, longer hair that flows down to the mid chest, and just kind of almost like hasn't been washed in a few days, right? And so it's kind of grouping together and falling down upon the shoulders. The old man is bald. The other figure, it's too difficult to tell what their facial features are, because Pelu is like directly in front of them, and they're almost like hutched down a little bit to talk with Pelu, and Pelu's almost like kind of making motions like this. It's difficult to hear, obviously. And behind them is 3 wagons that are similar in nature to the ones that were on the map before. Now these wagons, I just used a generic token to fulfill them, but the wagons themselves actually have an interior space at the forefront of them, in like a stagecoach type design, except the back ends of them are open and exposed. And now those back ends are completely filled with iron ore, at least 2 of which, the third is unfilled. Just kind of noting that this is too early to be sending this out, and it's kind of empty. And there's sacks and other things that are thrown on top of them, as well as a couple of chests as well. Some other different things that are thrown there. In the interior spaces, from what you're seeing, they don't have any windows, but there's a door on one side. And it suggests maybe you can climb in there. I don't know if there's more supplies that are in there for this endeavor. On multiple of the wagons, so 2 of them, there are horses, and there's a total of 4 horses to each of them. On the third wagon, there is just mountain goats, and it is a total of 12, as they are all harnessed together in unison, like kind of moving and shifting about, suggesting, the fact that they don't have horses to fulfill all of these wagons. As you come, again, the whispering voices are difficult to hear. You make your way onto this area.
Are we ready to leave then?
Halo turns around. Oh, my goodness. Early bird gets the worm? Not really. It's kind of late, isn't it? So you all had to take your awful time to rest. I stayed awake the whole night. I couldn't sleep. I wonder why. And then guess what I find out when I wake up? I come out here, and here is my prize assistant Thoric. 2 bodies of the same that you decided to clear out of the field house. I said to clean it up. That doesn't mean just dump and dispose bodies. That might give my miners a fright. Some of them have refused to work. They're over there. They're crying. They're still refusing. They don't want to go back into the mine. There's rumors hushed. Not appreciated. Thoric had to get the bodies out of here. Thank you, Thoric. Brrr. Turns and looks over to you all. Now, meet some of my fine mining folk that I have elected, more or less drawn out of a hat, to go along with this caravan here. And it's a rush job, obviously. We had to do it rather quickly. So I had to fetch as best I can. Stoke is here. Stoke looks towards you. Hi. Seems to be a human, has brownish hazel eyes. Again, kind of removes it, and you're seeing the hair is just wiry and all over the place, rather medium to long. Is very thin, bony, and the structure just has like a backpack over the shoulders of the warmer kind of black attire and pelt. Just kind of looks and seems. I would guess from your assumptions, just on your perceptions, that this individual is 19 years old as far as a human. The one in the middle, you see Palu kind of motion over. This right here is Burrow. Burrow, how are you doing today? Say hi, Burrow. What? What? Oh. Hi. Yeah. Burrow is a little hard at hearing. Burrow's been with the mine for quite some time, and it is well deserved. I told him he's retiring after he delivers to Othema. And, not to come back. Isn't that right, Burrow? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Burrow is great with the goats, and his is a tracker of sorts. Kalan has been with the mining company for a couple of years, and before that has ties in with rangering. Isn't that right, Kalan? In the Nifendel. Doesn't really talk much. Hasn't even really explained why she made her way to Harak, but alas, she came here to work and has been great, and has helped out with quite some navigation and maps and things. Has been a fantastic worker. We made an arrangement. At some period would be sent back with gold. So, Kalan is here. She'll be helping you out. She's quite good with the bow. Is there any questions that you all have?
How soon are we leaving?
Well, we are been waiting on you all, actually. Everything is ready to go. Everything's well fed, packed, ready to rock, so to speak. Puns, I like them.
Of the three, who's traveled the pass before? Who's the most experienced with the guide? All three, or just the one?
Well, Burrow, is that right, Burrow? The last time you took the pass was when you were a young lad. Hasn't left. Stilk has never been through the pass. He's actually born and raised here at Rock. Kalan has some experience with that. I suppose Kalan will be the leader of this endeavor. Isn't that right, Kalan? Just looks at you, stares into your face.
And this is the cartographer?
This is the ranger. It's decent with maps.
Say it again, was good with maps?
Good with maps. Has helped Apelu with designing and making maps.
She has.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm riding with her, so I feel safe. I don't trust you guys. Yeah, that's just... Palu, I'm sorry I didn't get to stay the night with you. I apologize. But I'm gonna ride with her.
Oh, it's all right, lad. I suppose I will see you eventually. Again, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Assuming we make it through the pass, you know?
Yeah, well, I do hope so. Chop, chop. And here, take this with you, Kalan. Hands the note of the Duke. Gives it to Kalan. Kalan takes it, puts it in the pocket. Make sure that Commander Wrangler Uku gets this. I will not be at fault for giving a low shipment. All right? This is with the Duke's words, Duke's orders.
I'm going to immediately go over to Burrow, the old man, and I am going to I'm going to take his arm and help him. I'm going to say, like, let me get you in this wagon. Oh, yeah, youngster, and I'm going to help him get situated.
Grabs your shoulder and feels it and just, back my name. Punch 2 of 3 out. Yeah.
You're helping him into the driver's seat, or you're helping him into the way into the passenger compartment.
I have I immediately see the old man, and I go over, and you kind of see a change in demeanor. I go straight to like I'm helping my grandmother, and
Okay.
I help him get situated.
He is
Okay.
good with the goats.
Let's get with the goats. So you kind of lead Burrow. Burrow goes to the middle wagon as you're kind of assisting, begins to kind of pull and goes up to get into the actual kind of stagecoach part that kind of sits over. And then there's the interior door. So in order to kind of navigate, it seems as though now you're closer to the wagons. There is kind of a pocket kind of door that leads from the outer sitting area to kind of navigate them, right, and the animals. And that pocket door can be opened and go into the interior space. So Burrow has made way to the door of the interior space and kind of like takes out this wooden stick that's using as a cane, kind of like smacks at it. And then it kind of flops, right? It falls out after hitting it a few times. And you notice that there's a great foot distance here. And so Burrow is like attempting to get into it but can't, and then just stops and looks at you and goes, "Be a good lad."
Oh yeah, I completely no shame. Like my hands are on his ass. Like I'm giving him the youngster push. I'm gonna make sure he gets completely situated
Okay.
with no regard for what anybody thinks.
Okay. So eventually gets in, then makes way through that small pocket window and gets into the actual seat here. What you're noticing is that the interior compartment is filled with mainly like food supplies and a couple other venturing gear and stuff. There's other under compartments like trap door that can be sitting there, but overall that's it. It's just like an empty void that's at the inside of this thing. And then there's also a metallic stove top of some kind. Almost as similar as like a fireplace, right? That you could throw wood in, keep it somewhat insulated and warm within the interior space. And then that is also kind of balanced out the fact that there is a chimney that feeds off and goes off the side of it, right? And kind of curls up. So it's elaborate. There's definitely an elaborate design to these wagons to be able to continue to keep people warm inside of them during the night, as well as potentially the food supplies and different things away from the outer environments. So kind of climbs in, gets on top and sits down and just falls back into the wagon and goes to sleep.
I make sure he's situated. I put the cane kind of where he can get to it as soon as he wakes up, and then I figure out where everybody's going.
Okay, so still kind of rummages and moves back and I got the last one. I got the last one. Gets in it. Gets in.
You boy, have you driven a wagon before?
No, but I'm excited and I'm so ready.
Can I hear that
Well.
from the other wagon?
Yeah, he's like yelling it. So
I
excited.
look at Harak and I'm like,
Can't wait.
oh,
This is gonna
I
be
just point,
great.
Give him the hand throat cut. He's done.
What is that
Is
person?
he a human?
Yeah, he's a human.
Humans.
That's all you're saying.
Let me. I'll be helping you on this drive.
Oh, you're gonna help me?
Yes, that's what I just said.
Oh, okay. Sounds okay. Thought I was gonna do this myself, but all right. My name's Stilk, by the way. I don't know if that came across in the introductions. What's your name?
My name is Hrok Ugluk.
You said your name's Rock, like the village.
No, my name is Hrok. The village's name is High Rock.
Oh, gotcha. Cool.
High
So-
Rock is a crude name made by mashing an adjective and a noun together. Rock is the sound of an arrow in flight hitting its target.
Okay, all right. So are you? Looks at your attire and what you got going on. So are you like from here or something, or like?
I am from Eastmar.
Okay, Eastmar. Wow, that's a long way. That's really far away. How did you end up here?
I am hunting an enemy.
Hunting an enemy, huh? Wow, that sounds scary. What is your enemy?
Do you know the wizard Erpip or the orc Ukar?
Can't say that I do. That sounds pretty, I don't know, scary. What is this? What do they do to you? I mean, I would hate to mess with you. Look at you. I get scared looking at you. I don't know. I'm scared right now.
Well, save your fear for when it's needed.
Okay, I got it. Say, are we supposed to have weapons on this? You hear low. All right, are we all ready to go?
I'm gonna look up at Tartan and kind of give him a head nod, and then point to Kalen, like,
Just giving the head go.
Actually, I have a question for you. Scale of 1 to 5, how much does she resemble the other person? Besides just being blonde.
What do you think, other person?
The
Elise?
supplemental? No. Is it just the blonde?
Based
kinda
off the
matches
token?
Yeah.
You're looking at the token. How much of that actually matches up?
Well, no, I meant like how much, like, would she be similar enough to remind me of the fan?
Oh. Slightly. I would say there's
Okay.
probably about 25 to 30%.
Got it. Okay. Not enough to make me an idiot. That's all I needed
not,
to know.
Yeah, not enough for you. This person, Kalan probably hasn't bathed, you'd imagine, in at least a week. Is wearing animal things, different and other sorts of stuff. A particular fan in your situation is wearing far more. As far as clothing was far better clothed and hair was put up and different makeup and other sorts of things. And Kalan, definitely not there. The facial features though, and a couple of maybe the eyes as well, that catches you a little bit in simulator. But beyond that,
That's what caught me when you described it too. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything.
no, you weren't missing anything. That was somewhat intentional, but. definitely not that person. I was wondering if you're gonna ask that person, but that's okay. All right.
who you riding with, Dougal?
Riding?
Yeah, they're on
I
wagons.
plan on walking.
Can you walk as fast as a horse?
There's only one way to find out.
I encourage all of that.
Okay.
I hear him say that, and I'm just like, yes, let's go.
Every
Right.
journey starts with a single step,
Or hop.
That is true.
and I
Or
plan on
carrot.
taking 3 at a time.
Oh man.
Okay, so we have, as far as order goes, we have Kalan with Chardon in the first wagon. We have Burrow with Indigo on the second wagon. Then we have Nereus and Hawk with Stilk in the third wagon. Is that correct? And then we have Sir Dougal just on the side of him walking.
Well, I guess you tell me. Can I keep up? I don't know. What am I
You will
doing?
not be able to keep up. No, they will be traveling at a normal pace. You'll be most likely in difficult terrain.
Well, he'll try it for a while because his pride mandates it, and then he'll get on whatever wagon has Kalan
Okay, so
on it.
you'll be on the first one. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and put us back onto the continent map. So as you see, as Peloriza is kind of getting on with it, you see Thor, and they're actually having a conversation amongst themselves, and then they kind of look up as the wagons get going. The mountain goats, the bleeding is just insane. I mean, it's just a massive herd of mountain goats, right? Just bleeding, and Stilkus kind of pulls out this little bit of a stick with kind of like a little bit of like a string, not to whip, but just to kind of poke them a little bit, right, to get them going. They seem to be far more, I would say, animal husbandry-esque related in sorts of how docile they are. They're definitely more than even the horses, right? So someone's kind of just get them going a little bit and then they go. The horses are moving along as well. I'm going to go ahead and activate this. We'll go ahead and continue the wind tundra here. I'm also going to remove some of that. So as you begin to take trek and leaving the village, some of the actual guard as well are kind of just waving their hands over towards you as you're beginning to move and migrate with the wagon caravan. A lot of the folk, as soon as you get into the actual village, a lot of the folk are looking towards you and they're just kind of staring in your direction as you begin to make way. Most likely surprise, right? These caravans being sent out are pretty routine and at the certain kind of intervals of time, and so they're kind of surprised that you're heading out so soon. You don't see the Duke at all through the different hovels and other sorts of inner workings of the village as you make that main kind of path through. And you do see Elise, and Elise is in the market square just south of the actual blacksmith and has kind of a cloak or a robe on and just kind of lifts the head up and looks towards all of you and just holds out a hand like this and then lowers it and then just walks and turns back towards the manor, disappearing into the mixture of different hovels. You pass by the Frostdale Tavern and then you're on your way. You're headed out into the wilderness. You're headed out into the scope of the tundra bluff that extends out to the Frosthorn Bay. Going along with the path here, you begin to follow it in a direction here, and you get to where right about there. And as far as distance and travel time, that is roughly 2 o'clock, so 2 p.m. So we've passed midday. You notice that Burrow is now kind of went into the actual wagon during this time and dug through some of the food supplies and grabbing different food and eating it and other things. Not stopping, no reason to do that. But it seems as though that these particular animals, such as the horses and goats, can navigate themselves without having too much direction, right? You have the northern Mount Frosthorn Mountains that they're sprawling and enticing up to 17,000, such as well as the southern Frosthorn Mountains, and they begin to kind of curl and reach down just a little bit to showcase a pass. Other than that, they seem impenetrable in some of their scope and shape. The pass itself has to gain some footage from what you're observing, and it forms a very tight crevasse or crevice within the inner workings of the mountain. Just from looking at it without taking any sort of checks, it has to easily climb up to at least 4,000 feet in its entirety. And this really does back up why, even though your cargo isn't incredibly heavy, you need to have suitable animals to be able to get up into the pass itself and then potentially down. The wind continues to howl. The scope of the weather, right, the overcast and the snow slightly increases but continues to be consistent. The temperature just warms up to 21 degrees Fahrenheit but stays within that freezing temperature range. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and activate a map. I'm going to go ahead and pause it as we activate this map and revealing what you all have kind of moved up onto. In the distance, we don't necessarily didn't have the wagons particularly on the map or even at this scope. At this stage, you all are off map. So I just went ahead and put the tokens down just getting them into position so I could keep track of where wagons you were on and whatnot. You've come across 3 wagons on the actual trail themselves, similar to your own, except these are smaller. They are resembling maybe traders, one of which is actually filled with an ore of some kind. It's too difficult to tell at this range. There's also bodies laid in the snow. They are unmoving. There is a little bit of a fire, so some smoke that is slightly drifting up, which is now become one of those beacons that is warning you that is something happening. Kalan is now slowed down the wagon. Again, we're off map. Kalan is like slowed down the wagon to a near crawl and is just stretching and looking at this scene, which is about 100 or so feet, maybe even 200 feet away, and just like looking upon it and just kind of stopped and is not saying anything.
What do you think? Bandits?
She looks towards you. Does this look like the working of bandits to you?
I have very little experience.
Well, she looks back. Stop your wagons, yells it slightly. Climbs on top of the actual wagon itself and just kind of stands there with the bow drawing and looks in the distance of left and right.
Do you mind if we go check it out, Kalan?
You're more than welcome to check it out if you'd like. I don't see any survivors. I don't see anything up in the rocks.
Well, either way, we have to get the carts out of our way, correct?
We do. We'll need to move them. And there appears to be a fire. We should probably stop that before it gets worse.
Then you look after the others, and I'm just going to hop out of the cart and kind of motion for Dougal to follow me.
Do we have a plan other than walking up in exactly the way somebody who set a trap would expect us to?
Nope.
Okay. Terrific. Lead on.
I mean, we have somebody watching our back, right? Like, I don't know what more you want.
I'm just imagining this is a strange place, and I imagine that there could be some treacherous people here.
Sir Dougal, what are you doing? Because you're not on the map with us, so you're not able to visibly see, but there are cliff sides on this map. These cliff sides themselves extend upwards to about 60 feet or so, and they wrap and they continue to increase as the path seems to wrap around, getting tighter and tighter and tighter, suggesting the incline, right, beginning of the actual trek to the pass. There's also a tree that is toppled down over the road in front of these 3 wagons, and it seems to have crashed downwards onto the actual road itself. Not something that, say, you can't take the wagons through the snow. That's definitely seems capable, especially with the wheel reinforcement and the extra animals that are provided. There are 3 large boulders to the south, slightly west of these wagons. They're kind of standing about 12 to 18 feet in height, and they're kind of protruding from the actual earth like teeth or daggers. There's 2 towards your north. You'd be able to kind of scan those, the road headed mainly south, right, and look. So you're able to scan those rocks and not see anything. Kalan is currently standing upon the wagon, stretched and looking, right? Just continues to scan, holds the bow out at the ready. As Tardan is beginning to walk. And so you've been requested, Sir Dougal, to accompany that. It's your choice.
I absolutely will accompany him, but okay. I wonder if I can't smell anything that doesn't smell like humans or my companions.
You can attempt to roll a perception check to smell. I don't know how much information you're going to get off without being on scene. So you are a considerable distance away.
Okay. Well, I'll follow Tardan as close as we get and smell the whole way in.
Okay. I'll go ahead and roll perception for you. You got a nat 20. You probably won't
Proud
be
of
able
you,
to
buddy.
see it'll probably just say rolled on the actual chat log. I can't differentiate between when I roll, when I hide rolls. So, even if I public roll it. So Sir Dougal, as you are attempting to smell, I'm going to go ahead and move your token up to here on the actual road. I imagine Tardan and Throck, if you're following, that's your position, and that's when Sir Dougal, you stop and you pause, and it seems as though you detect the smells wafting of a variety around you, and you begin to look up towards the cliffs, and you see a tumbling of small bits of rock as they begin to tumble down. You also hear the shifting and movement of snow directly to your south, slightly west.
Freeze in your tracks. This is an ambush. And Sir Dougal, without making wild gesticulations, he nods up at the cliff tops and at the southern pass.
I'm gonna nod, and I'm going to instantly cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
I guess I didn't target myself.
It's okay. It's fine. I can put it on. Sometimes it can't find it either within the conditions, so just usually put it on automatically.
I'm gonna tell Burrow to stay in the cart. I'll be right back.
So I went ahead and shifted the actual wagons to make sure you see Kalan on the top and kind of hide. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and after you move, as you kind of shuffle and move. Nereus, in your position, without actually having to roll anything with your passive perception, you actually hear the sounds of talking, almost as if it's like whispering and slight sliding within different shifting of snow and things. It seems to be two humans as they're kind of having a whisper conversation to each other, or two humanoids, and they are young in the voice, and they're almost like, is it time? Is it supposed to be now? I don't know. Shh, I think one's coming.
Surveying the topography here, does Dougal think that an avalanche might spoil their ambush?
There is no way to cause a successful avalanche in these positions of where you're hearing the creatures. You might be able to cause the rocks themselves to come down, but it is a sturdy, strong cliffside, and you might shake rather than actually toppling.
Do you know earthquake?
Nobody does know
I know
Thunderstrike.
Thunder Wave. Yeah, that would be.
Oh, yeah, Thunderwave.
I'm just imagining creative uses for the spell at this point, but I don't know if it would work. It's impractical to cause one, even if I did even if it would work. So I think we could. Okay, just on the map, who am I nearest to? Which of our PCs am I nearest to?
You have been following Tardan. I've been having you
Tardan,
kind of
right.
follow Tardan. Tardan went up to the last wagon in the order here, so I'd been just like waltzing up upon it. So I have paused it for now as Tardan has kind of advanced along the right side of that wagon into the snow. You can be right alongside them. You could be near that wagon. You can be in position in scope. It just depends. So right now, Tardan is the furthest forward along the road and the nearest to the wagons.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't return to the group, Tardan.
The group has been moving alongside you on the exteriors of the road, but Tarden is the furthest forward by a distance of, if I had to relate Tarden to the others, Tarden is about 40 to 50 feet away from everyone else.
He's also
I am also
invisible.
invisible.
Yes.
I wonder if we shouldn't spring the trap when we. Okay. Tarden, can you? Did you leave? Are you still here?
I have walked forward away from you, so I don't respond to your message to not give away my position to them.
Okay, I am alone. This is perfect. Puff, retreat. And Sir Dougal.
Can I grab Dougal by the shoulder and kind of pull him against the rock that I'm at?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We can have you both together. Probably for the sake of it, Harrison probably just tag along with one of the. So Indigo would probably be best because Tartan did go invisible and move forward. I didn't know if you were like grabbing Tartan, like following along, or you had the nat 20 in the senses, so I imagine you could smell them too a little bit.
Yeah.
But we'll have you along with Indigo here. So Indigo is kind of pitched up against one of the rocks on the northern side. Just to the west of the cliff side, about 15 to 20 feet is that rock, and then you're about 30 or so feet away from the cliff. So as I paused it, so as you're trudging through the snow, Tardan, you are invisible, and you're trying to do your best, but the snow is imprinting as you go. So you're actually leaving prints as you begin to walk. You hear a shouting from above the cliff. And at the same time as the shouting happens, a familiar creature kind of comes into the air and grabs the crossbow down to attempt to fire at your position that they're seeing the prints. As that happens, Kalan fires an arrow back at that one who has revealed themselves, readying the bow. I need everyone to go ahead and roll for initiatives.
Oh my god, they're back.
Is it the fish people or is it the Durgar?
The Durgar.
Why would fish people be on a frosty cliff?
Maybe they're upset we killed their leader. You know, that's honestly who I thought was going to be up here for some reason.
Rose
Listen.
fish sticks.
Listen, Nereus, the same could be asked of you.
So fish people can't be in mountains,
Fish
huh?
people.
Maybe it's biased.
We're discrimination. Okay, so as we get our initiatives rolled, before we get into combat here, we will go ahead and take our breaks. We'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 6:42 p.m. PST. So if you're watching, thanks so much. I'm going to go ahead and pause the stream, and we'll be back. Thanks. I appreciate it. And they can sound off as much as they'd like. I'm not bashing them. I apologize.
Group 5.
Group 5.
Group 5.
Things
5
go
barely
to
alive.
fail.
Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. We're back in second half of the session. Group 5. One of our players will be joining us a little bit later here to get situated. So we're getting right into combat as this creature has revealed themselves, aimed for Tardan's footprints, obviously just to try to fire at something. It does seem from the movements of the eyes before we get into combat that it does recognize that you lot have made their cycling, right, as they're kind of stretched down. So they seem to be aware of others in the presence and vicinity. So with initiative rolled, we're going to go ahead and begin combat. I'll go ahead and start some music here. Does anybody have any questions at all?
I think so.
All right. Like not loading right now. It's really weird. Okay, load now. All right, well, that will come to it when it comes to it. There it goes. Okay. So we'll start off with combat with Sir Dougal. So Sir Dougal is going to take bonus action to rage, and it's going to be a long, probably, text that comes out, but maybe it's for me, so, well, that on. It's going to be advancing 30 feet and then taking a dash as the action to go an additional 30 feet aimed for the tree. And that is going to be the end of their turn. So they used action, bonus action, then movement.
I had a question. Crap.
Yeah, what's up?
Is this difficult terrain? Any of this?
In the entrenched snow currently that you're at, that is considered difficult terrain. The only terrain that is not considered difficult is the actual path that the wagons are on. You're shuffling through footage of snow currently.
Gotcha.
In terms of how that is going to impact you at your position, you are right now, in comparison to the cliff, you are in total cover. So the rock that you're currently at is significantly large. It's about 12 feet in height. And just given the fact that they have to hit downwards from the cliffside, right, you're just in total cover. And the same thing can be said for Harak unless they are more on the upper side of that cliff.
Cool.
All right, so revealing what themselves is another one on top. This one grabs a war horn, pulls it out. Just continues to blow a war horn out into the air, just continuously blowing it. Its turn. Now come to the one whose turn is aimed, that revealed themselves previously. Is going to be looking towards Tardan with the crossbow here. Going to be rolling disadvantage as it fires a bolt out. That is going to be a 12, which misses, landing at your backside into the snow with a large thunk. Revealing themselves just onto the cliffside at the top, it looks towards you, Harak, with a bolt as it fires a crossbow as you're pitched into the rock face here. That is going to be a 15, which misses as it lands directly to your right. You're kind of clinging to the rock, getting some things there. Tardan, it's your turn.
I'm going to I guess kind of move along to the wagons and then shimmy down the wagons. I guess the rest of my movement.
Yeah, so right now you're not in difficult terrain, so on the edges, right, of that road. It's entrenched, it's like rolling down, so you're totally fine to move normally. The wagons will give you total cover from the cliffsides as you move by them.
Okay, so I'll do here, and then I'll use my action to dash to get here, so I'm still kind of hidden behind it, while also still invisible.
Okay.
Since I haven't done anything.
Sounds good. Lend your turn there. Revealing themselves in the cliffside is another. This one is going to be firing a bolt at Sir Dougal.
Dougal, no!
This is going to be an 8, which misses as it just lands into the ground. Another reveals themselves. This one is actually going to be taking a long shot towards Kalan. (17) is going to hit Kalan, deals 1 point of piercing damage as it lands, skims by the shoulder. That's going to end turn. All right, Hawk, you're up.
I just had a brain genius idea. Instead of attacking these guys, I will use fog cloud to block their view.
Okay. All right, so you throw a fog cloud up above them, and it's going to disappear and kind of roll off of the cliffside. So it's going to appear and then roll off of the sides of the cliff. As you do, you hear a muttering and confusion happening from inside of it.
Nice.
Okay. And is all this... You said all the snow is difficult terrain?
That is correct.
Okay, I will move off the measurement tool and onto the movement tool. Move 15 feet and end my turn, I guess.
Okay. All right, coming to another one. I hear motions and kind of moving and shouting. This one is going to be moving into the tree trunks. 15, taking a dash, clambering over some of them. This is kind of shifting by the roots and the different things. Move itself on the actual turn order. Indigo, you're up.
All right. Let's see here. How steep is this cliff? I mean, are we talking like straight, like
No, it's
cliff?
it's as rough as it appears. So there are grooves and
Gotcha.
handholds and other
Gotcha.
things. It's not entirely, it's moving and shaking about. It's not sheer in that sense of being that it's impossible to climb, but it will be a check. There is a DC associated with it, and then it is half movement speed as you go up it.
Okay. I am going to attempt to... Okay, what I'd like to do is I'm going to spend a key point for Step of the Wind.
Okay.
That way I can get dash as a bonus, and my jump is doubled, and with my mobile feat, when I use dash, I don't worry about difficult, and I'm going to try to somehow, either on the rock or the tree, bolt straight as far up of that cliff as I can get. If I can get up the cliff, that's great. If I can get up the tree, that's cool. It's up to you.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, if you want to go up the cliff or the tree, you can get up the cliff. It's gonna be a check. It's not gonna. It'll be a free check just to see, what you're attempting to do. It'll be an athletics check. So it's up to you if you're wanting to do that. Right now, to get you to the actual cliff, it'll be about 50 feet of actual movement.
All right, I got you. So... All right, I'm going to use a key. Yeah, Step of the Wind. So up to 50. That's normal. And then yeah, I mean, I'm going to attempt to get right there, if possible, if I don't fall off
Okay.
on the way.
Let me see here. So, with mobile, does that count towards climbing? I'm not sure. I don't think it does.
I
think it's
sure
still. Yeah, so I think it's so climbing itself is going to be a separate thing. Not necessarily that the terrain is difficult, but you're attempting to climb something, which is always half movement speed. I don't think you can run up a wall yet.
Okay. No, not yet. Not
You
yet.
could
So
run up.
okay, if
So
I
that's-
can't do that, I'll probably try to run up the tree. Then is what I'll do. That's more.
Okay. Well, I mean,
that's
so right here in your position. So
Mhm.
right now, if I was to move you and you were dashing, you could climb up. If you're aimed for that square, like you said, or even just getting into the concealment, you can get into the rolling of concealment and get to that point, which is 25 feet
okay.
on the actual cliffside. Now, the cliffside is about 60 feet. So in the next turn, you can get all the way up. It actually would be faster for you to take the tree route, but this location with concealment, they can't actually see you. And you're also on the cliffside, so shooting down right at you is incredibly
Gotcha.
difficult.
Okay.
So
I
this
like
is
where I'm-
this is
I like where
this
I'm
is
at.
a longer trek, but it will actually be safer for you in the long run.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay, all I'll need from you, if you're gonna, because you're climbing it, is just to make an athletics check.
Athletics.
Okay, 8. This is fine. You're slowly going up it. There's enough footholds and handholds to accompany that as you're kind of making way. There's some points that you kind of slip and you're catching yourself, breathing intently as you go up, but you're managing the free climb. We're going to end your turn. We'll go to Kalan. Kalan is actually going to fire upon one that is not in the concealment that they can see as the fog cloud now has appeared and kind of rolled out. I'm going to go ahead and measure distance. Because I believe they are at just disadvantage range, so they're going to fire the longbow. It's going to be a 7, which misses as the arrow flies into the tree trunk. They're going to maintain their position there and not advance. They're going to sit there and stay with the actual caravan themselves. We now come to 1 here. This is just on the edge of the actual concealment. It is going to take the crossbow out and fire another one towards Sir Dougal. That's going to be a 14, which misses. Ends turn. Nereus, you're up.
Where did Nereus hear the voices from? What direction? Oh, there. Okay. I'll double move behind this cart and he'll drop prone.
Okay. Sir Dougal's turn. As we come to the top of round 2, Sir Dougal's going to come up on the tree. Actually going to backtrack a little bit. With 15, bonus action jump to hop to here. And then they're going to use the rest of their movement speed to get there. And at this point, they're going to take an action. They make their way along the tree and get to there. That's going to be their full turn as they begin to charge up the tree. End turn. You now hear a battle cry coming from the southwest near the 3 rocks. Almost sounds like this. Ah! Revealing themselves as they round out of a rock. They take their full dashes. They seem to be cloaked in these black robes with cowls with a kind of a handprint upon the cowl as it goes over their faces. They have short swords drawn in their hands, and they're trudging through the snow as they're running. They appear to be humanoids, ranging from heights of maybe 4.5 to 6 feet, maybe a little bit taller than that. They're just running at this point towards the 3 wagons. This one is going to, in the fog cloud, is going to kind of hop out of it and is going to take the turn after hopping out to switch to the shield and the actual war pick that it has, and kind of take it out at the base of the roots of the tree. Ending turn. Another one runs out. And another one runs out. They're just running for the wagon, aimlessly, towards it. It's going to backtrack away. It's going to sidestep this way, getting outside of the actual fog cloud rock, as it comes out. It's holding the crossbow. It's disoriented, and it's reloading it as it does. and then looks over towards you, points it, and then is going to fire it. That is going to be a miss. Big turn. Another one comes out of the rocks, revealing themselves, charging forward. Ends. And Tardan, you're up. So Tardan, you are in full cover, total cover from the cliffside, and you are invisible. And it seems that these figures, as they're yelling, as they're running out, they're not looking at you or really anybody in specific. They're just running towards the wagons.
Okay. And moving up the tree is difficult terrain, correct?
Yeah, so going up the tree is going to be difficult terrain, but there is no actual roll or skill check or anything. You're just kind of trudging on through it.
Didn't expect it to be 3 guys on the south side. Hold on. How far? What's that spell? I am going to hold my action to cast Hideous Laughter at the first one of these guys that kind of gets within range, the south guys.
Within range of the spell?
Yep.
Okay.
So 30 feet.
Sounds good. Okay. No movement, just staying within cover?
Nope. Yep.
All right, ending turn. This one's going to look towards Sir Dougal with the crossbow as Sir Dougal is making way on the tree. As the bolt flies past at a 5. Horribleness there. So it's going to backtrack out. Ending turn. All right, Rock, you're up.
Okay, if I move up here, can I see this guy to the northwest?
Yes, you can see that one on top of the cliff. You see just the chest up, and you notice that if you actually cling to the cliff, you'll be in total cover from this.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my action to attack this guy, and if it hits, bonus action, ensnaring strike.
Okay, sounds good. All right, 10 is going to be a miss as you fire away. Kind of goes too high up, kind of disappears above the cliffside.
Why would you roll anything except a 6? Alright, I'm gonna end my turn.
All right, ending your turn. The other one reveals themselves in a full dash as they trudge through on the actual snow. Another one comes out, revealing themselves from the southwest side as they trudge through the snow, yelling up in the air. Row! Short swords drawn. Now having the shield and the war pick out, this particular one kind of gets to climbs upon the tree. As they kind of climb upon it, they hold the shield out and raise the weapon. Indigo, you're up.
Okay. Mechanically, I messed up last turn. I realized I didn't need to use the step of the wind. I just needed to take the dash action. Are you okay with that?
That's fine. You can also you can do a double dash. That is an option. So we can get you further up the cliffside if you want.
Oh, so it was like use the action to dash and then use the step of the wind to dash even
Further. So you can be 10 feet from the edge of the cliff.
Gotcha.
So you can be 10 feet just below.
Mental note. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to work to get myself half my regular movement to here, if possible.
So you still have some time to climb.
Okay.
So you have some time to climb and then get there. How much movement you have to get up to finish the climb, and then that is going to be your entirety of movement to get there.
Entirety of movement. Okay.
But you are up.
Okay. All right. So we'll do that, and then I'm going to attempt to shove said guy off the side of the cliff.
All right, so I need you to make an athletics check, and please do so at advantage, as you're coming out of concealment and the creature does not see you.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Athletics and alt. Oh, what am I doing? I apologize. Boom.
All right, 14. You are successful against the 8. Is kind of holding crossbow out, doesn't see you. Just basically body check them as they flop off of the cliffside, rolling down. They land with a large thud.
Nice.
Still alive after landing. They are prone and slow. They're not getting up. They're just kind of moving, but they're shifting their weight, and they are still alive.
Gotcha. Okay. And then this time I will use a key point to do patient defense for the dodge action as a bonus.
Okay,
That's what I'll.
so, sounds good.
Okay. That's it.
All right, ending turn. Looking towards the one that you fired off and missed. Kalan looks at that one within range. It's going to be a normal attack. 10 is going to be missed as it strikes just below. Ending turn. We now come to the one that is prone. It's going to use half their movement speed to stand up. They have the crossbow out. They throw the crossbow into the ground. They have no war pick or shield currently equipped. Indigo, now that you're up there, you see within the haphazard of roots and other dugout entrenchments there you're currently in, right? Because the tree seems to be kind of done. There are cut marks, specifically axe marks, into the actual tree to potentially get it to topple over. And then there's a mixture of shields and war picks that are laid out. So this particular creature actually doesn't have any weapons after throwing the crossbow onto the ground, and then uses their remainder of their movement speed to go 5 feet through the snow after picking themselves up. Ending turn.
Dang.
Darius, you're up.
Feels bad for that guy.
All right, well, Nereus is prone, kind of crouching behind this wagon, and he sees these people to the southwest, and he'll extend a hand as water starts swirling and throw a bubble at them.
Okay. All right, 9 points of cold damage. It looks like they have failed the check of the there, so they take 9 as it bubble kind of pops. A large amount of water explodes upon them. They take the blow. Ah! Oh! They're kind of throwing their heads back and forth. That one, that's there. They point towards you on the ground.
That's it.
Turn. The one reveals themselves, and then to finish it off, another one reveals themselves. Take turn. Top of round 3. We come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal's going to use movement speed to get up here. He's going to go in for some swings with Captain Keelu Jan's rapier. Not going to do recklessly here. 13 is going to be a miss as they do that. And then they're going to hop off using their bonus action. I'm going to have them hop. Boing. Without taking attack of opportunity to get to their turn. Now come to one of these humanoid creatures that are coming up from the southwest. Doesn't seem to recognize you, Nereus, as you're prone. Goes 15 feet and looks left and right. Where? Where is he? Ends turn. Noticing you, Indigo, this one turns. This one does have a war pick and shield currently out. It's just taken the turn previously to equip it. Goes for the war pick to swing, but before that takes attack of opportunity from the boing. 12 of the war pick is going to miss you. The 9 of the attack opportunity of Sir Dougal misses as well. That's going to be the end of their turn. So you're not hit, you're able to dodge out of the way of it, and then Sir Dougal missed the attack opportunity.
Nice.
See, they're not taking dashes anymore, these folk. They're actually just moving normal speed through the entrenchments of the snow as they're kind of coming upon it and realizing there's no one really there. They're slowly looking for the what was mentioned. There's one there, one there. They're kind of looking, and they're not seeing you, Darius, as you're prone behind the wagon. So they're just kind of staring in disbelief that one of them is calling something out. Sidestepping 15. A bolt is sent out towards Sir Dougal from the top of the cliffside now. This bolt is going to miss with an 11, ends turn. Now taking retaliation against Kalan. This one above you, Hrock, is going to be sending off a crossbow bolt towards Kalan on top of the wagon. 14 is going to be a miss. As Kalan gets out of the way of the bolt as it flies freely. Now seeing Unarius prone, this one looks towards you without moving, hands out its offhand towards you and shoots out a blast of some kind of energy as it extends out from the hand and splashes into the ground. The large shrek of ice and rock as it hits. As you're prone, that had disadvantage, is then going to move in, running 15 feet towards you. Tardan, you're up.
Have we seen their outfits anywhere? Are they guards of Tathar? Okay.
They're not guards, and their black robes are kind of long and overhanging, and they seem bulky, like there's stuff underneath them, so they could have maybe a piece of armor underneath or just warmer clothes. The cowl over the head with the white handprint is something you've never seen before.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna move here, and I want to use my actor feat to mimic the Duke's voice, because why not? And I want to ask them, why are they attacking the caravan?
Okay. Sounds good. Anything else?
Nope, that'll do it.
All right, ending turn. This one's going to rotate towards you, has a crossbow, and is going to attempt to grapple you, Indigo, so I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check.
Okay.
19, you're able to resist as you're nimbly able to get out of the way. It seems as though they were going to grapple you and then try to throw you off of the actual cliff.
No, please, God, no.
Sidestepping and moving, getting some distance with the crossbow. Indigo, bolts being fired towards you from kind of your left side there. 18 is going to hit you as it comes through. Wait, did you take patient defense? Remember.
I did. Yeah.
And we haven't come around to you, so that's going to be disadvantage, so do another one. All right, 7 is going to be a miss then with your patient defense as you're kind of taking your bonus action to do that.
It paid off. It paid off.
It did pay off. You're almost hit by a bolt. Rock, you're up.
Alright. With my normal movement, can I move 3 squares to the right?
Sure.
And I will... Okay. I'll find it on my sheet. Mark that guy as my prey and attack him.
Okay. All right, 6 is going to
Does a
be
6 hit?
miss. However, this creature is surprised by you, as this creature didn't actually see you at the beginning of its turn, doesn't know you exist. So please make another check, and this will be an advantage. So obviously, get another fire, another bolt, basically. Technically, you surprised this one. 19 is going to be a hit. That does a total of 8 points of damage. You land thudding directly into its backside. Takes the blow. Kind of crumbles down a little bit, still alive as blood pools into the snow, and just at this point is just waddling towards the cart or the wagon to gain some sort of protection.
And before I end my turn, I will call out to Nereus, if you need concealment, tell me. I say it in a cooler way than that, though, in character. Just to be clear.
Okay. See one of the robed figures on the left-hand side turn over towards you, Tardan, in the voice. Is that the master? Venster. Another one turns and looks. Well, we're doing as we're ordered. Now this moves about 15 feet in the direction of your voice. Jumping off of here, swinging towards Sir Dougal with a war pick. The log 10 is going to be a miss as its war pick stomps down into the log. Sir Dougal is able to dodge out of the way of it. Indigo, you're up.
Okay, I am going to. Whew. How far do I shove them if I attempt to shove them? If I'm successful?
So on a shove, you can do 10 feet.
Gotcha.
In this case, you
Not.
would probably not be. They would not be falling off the cliff, even if you shoved them
Gotcha.
back.
Gotcha.
You might try. You could try a grapple and then moving them, and then letting go off of the actual rocks.
All right. And now all this is disadvantage as well, correct? Or difficult terrain. I'm sorry.
So up here, the snow is less. It seems to be either not compacted necessarily, but the trees provide more of the snowfall outside of it. So technically, all up here, I'm just labeling it as not difficult terrain. The fog cloud that's behind you is still maintained. So just if you do dip out 5 feet, you still will take attack of opportunity because you're inside of their range.
Yep.
But inside of that, you'll be fully concealed.
Okay. Gotcha. I will move to there and attack this gentleman right here.
Okay.
And
Go ahead and hold down Alt for the flank. 20 is going to hit as you come across, backside towards you, 5 points of bludgeoning damage, crunching with your fist in towards the shoulder blade.
okay, we're gonna do. I'm gonna do patient defense again.
Okay.
Yeah, as a bonus, and that'll be my turn.
All right, and turn will now come to Kalan. Kalan is actually going to be firing off a arrow towards the one that you just fired off towards Farak, seeing you kind of launched it towards them. That is going to hit as they don't have a shield, and then is going to be the death of them as the arrow lands into the chest of that one, finishing off as it falls into the snow. See Kalan look over in your direction, Farak, and just stare at you. All right, Nereus, you're up.
Alright, well, he feels pretty good on the ground. There's lots of guys, so he will just fire a blast of water at the closest ones coming to slow him down.
Okay.
I miss.
All right, so that is going to be a miss as you send out the ray of water. Taking prone at the backside of the wagon, crashes past them, and they're kind of look almost startled that you fired that off, and they're almost distracted at this point. Ending turn. This one's going to turn, rotate, and move 15 feet. Masters is what you ordered! Ah! Another one comes through, moves 15 feet. Let's not be necessarily fooled per se, just kind of moving, and then hears the voice and turns and looks towards you, Nereus, prone on the ground, and is struggling in a moral dilemma. Now come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is going to take the flank with advantage here, swing the Captain Kelution's rapier. That's going to be 24 to hit. He deals a total of 9 points of piercing damage, just kind of stabbing directly and then pulls it out. And then it's going to be not the end of the turn necessarily. I'm going to take a look at what it's got. That's going to be the end of his turn. Sounds good. Moving 15 feet, this one looks. Now rolling a perception check. You're muttering and whispering and different things from their voice. You're looking around. Indigo Warpick comes out towards you from the one on your northern side. That's going to be a not Try to get disadvantage for that. Disadvantage 21. That is going to hit, even with patient
Gotcha.
defense. Take 8 points of piercing damage as it goes towards your leg as it slaps through. Ends turn. Since this one is closest to you, Tardan, roll something. I need you to make a deception check. You have advantage.
Come on, T.
What? That's alt for advantage, right?
Yep. Okay. I don't see the master. Moves directly up. Right alongside you. Doesn't notice you. It's turn.
Nice. That's great.
Alright, bolt fired to Sir Dougal here from the one on the right. That's going to be a miss. Ends turn. Another bolt fired off towards Kalan. Above you, Harak. That is going to be a miss, the 14, as Kalan gets out of the way of it. Alright, this one is going to move 10 feet up towards you, Nereus. As it does, it moves. It kind of grabs a short sword. Stop attacking! Looks directly towards you. Seems that the face underneath the cowl is quite young. Raises the short sword and just points it at you. Doesn't swing. Arden, you're up.
All right, I want to kind of spend my movement getting around the cart, so I guess that'd be 15 movement.
Yep.
And then once I'm here, I want to drop concentration on my invisibility, and cast disguise self on myself to look like the Duke.
Okay.
And then I want to kind of walk back around very, very much like I own the place, kind of getting in this one's face. And I want to yell at, "You fools! Why are you attacking this caravan? The one I wanted you to attack was tomorrow. I am on my way to see the Lord." And that will be the end of my turn.
Okay, I changed your token, by the way, just so you know.
Appreciate that. Yep, saw that.
I imagine you wanted to be in that space. Okay, so you make
Yes.
yourself, including your clothing, armor, weapons, and belongings, looking like the Duke. Okay. And then go ahead. So what are you, real quick, as far as how the Duke is looking? Is it looking like back at when you first, the only time you've met the Duke, right? I'm imagining that's
Yes.
what you're attempting to discuss. Okay.
Yes. Because he was kind of, expecting a free travel. So,
Okay.
or at least that's what I'm trying to play it off as.
Okay. So we're going to end your turn there.
Yep.
All right, another grapple check coming out towards you. Please make a opposing athletics or acrobatics at advantage, please.
Advantage.
You're able to get out of the way as you slither about as it's reaching out to grab you in frustration. It's kind of yells in your face a little bit.
Curious.
As your
Why is
turn
it
moves on.
advantage?
Patient defense, allowing you to have advantage because you took patient defense. Not necessarily a rule in the book. This is how I interpret it.
That's right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
This technically is a combat maneuver that they're attempting to do to you and throwing you off the cliff. So,
Good to know.
yep. Crossbow bolt coming towards you from the one on the left. So 2 bolts now fired on the northern side of you both, Sir Dougal and Indigo. But this one's going to be a miss. It's trying to be cautious and aim through its friends as well. All right, Harak, it's your turn.
Rock. Let's go, man.
Well, okay. I think I'm gonna attack this guy with the longbow after I eventually find Slayer's Prey.
Okay. You technically cannot see this individual right now. The cliffside is too steep for this angle.
What if I move up here?
So it's a 60-foot cliff. So at this point, I'll have you start climbing it if that's what you're attempting to do.
Okay.
At this point, with your entire movement speed, I think you have 30 feet. We can say you climbed a little bit of ways. So you'd be about 45 feet up the actual cliffside currently. I'm going to go ahead and just put that, I guess, as a mark elevation. I'll go ahead and allow you to fire a bolt off. That's fine.
I will.
Is going to be a miss. Think about how, as you're kind of dangling yourself, maybe grip your legs onto a piece of rock and outstretch the limit to fire the arrow up. Not sure how climbing and firing a bow works, but you know what? It's D&D. I'm going to go ahead and say it's fine because it's cool. When I think about his legs gripping onto a rock and firing an arrow, it's totally legit. 12 is going to be a miss, though, as it fires off into the air. And now seeing the creature look down, look towards you, and rah, rah, yelled like a says an undercommon towards you. You dare approach me?
Well, I can't really say anything because I missed. So, whatever.
Anything else in your turn?
Do I have any more movement?
No. So that's gonna be all of your movement to
Okay.
climb to that point.
Then I'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Now, hearing the voice of you and also seeing you moves in its full dash up to 30 feet and falls to its knees. I'm going to put it on a prone as it raises kind of raises its hands up. Master, we've never laid eyes upon you before. Another one now just falls down to the knees. Ending turn.
Dark has an army. It's awesome.
18 is going to hit Sir Dougal, but it only deals 1 point of damage as they're currently in rage. Ending turn. Indigo, you're up.
All right, let's go for attack against the guy to my right. Gonna try to slap his ears with both my hands. And
2 is going to be a hit. It deals 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Crash into the head.
all right, and then I will. All right. Oh, the struggle. Yeah, flurry of blows. Flurry of blows. We're gonna actually. Yeah, we're gonna go for that guy again.
Okay.
And boom.
All right, so that is going to hit with a 25. Deals 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you crash into the back of their skull. You hear a shattering of sorts and kind of falls into Sir Dougal through, kind of pushes into the mess of the tree root here.
Nice. And then, okay, that was the first one. And then the second one, I'm going to go for this guy.
Okay.
Which is the strike. 13.
13 is going to be miss, raises the shield, takes the blow into the shield.
Gotcha. And then with that, I'm going to move here. Am I in cover?
You will not. You're technically in the concealment, but you will be going outside of this one's threat range.
And so with the...
So after you swung at them, because you have the mobile, you shouldn't take attack of opportunity. So you, as you kind of swing into the shield, you won't take attack of opportunity then. Then you go into the actual fog cloud, right? And so you're technically, they will have disadvantage to attack you after they attempt to, hopefully, perceive. You haven't stealthed it, so they have an idea. That
No.
you've made your way in.
Cool. That's it.
Okay. Let's go to Kalan. Kalan is going to take another arrow towards the one underneath you, Crook, and is going to land actually with a 16 as it doesn't have a shield currently. Deals a total of 9 points of damage to it as it lands into the shoulders. It kind of now zeroes in. Ending turn. All right, Nereus, it's your turn.
All right, well, Nereus doesn't understand why the Duke's here, but that's fine, I guess. So, yeah, he will stand up, have his move. You're not stopping us from leaving this stupid place.
So looking towards now, raising the short sword right. Here's the voice. It is not even looking at you as you stand up and sidestep. It's like kind of looking in the direction of Tardan. All right, so 13 points of cold damage. Looks like 2 of them succeeded, the other 2 failed. I'm gonna go ahead and apply the damage. The one in front of you is hit by this large blast of water as it extends outwards. And see swirling. These all of them are now going to be, I believe, grappled. Correct? Is the condition on them?
They have the water around there.
Yeah, the water.
So they just
around.
have to spend an action.
Yeah,
They failed, and then he'll drop
Does.
prone again.
they're kind of grappled by it. He's looking and looks towards you. He yells, "Master! Master!"
Help him, Tartan.
I'm waiting my turn.
Anything else on
Nereus
your
just
turn,
over here
Nereus?
beating up my army that I just got, man.
He yells towards you, "Master, this one is not letting down." Extends its hand out towards you. Nereus is now you're prone. Fires off an Eldritch Blast. You technically are in cover as well from the person in front of you after the prone. 6 is going to be a miss. You're going to roll a dice. You see the one in front of you hit by the blast. It takes it in the back and falls down dead right in front of you. Oh no! Oh shit! Oh!
Yeah, friendly fire. Holy damn.
Why did you do that, Ralph? Why? Sir Dougal's turn.
His name's Ralph. I love it.
Now I'm going to be taking a reckless swing. Where's the one in front here? That is going to be a hit. So I need to roll damage. Let's roll. Okay. Look up his modifiers. 10 damage. Okay, stabs the one on the side, coming around for 10 points of damage. It's recklessly swung. It's going to be the end of Sturgill's turn. Someone goes down to the knees towards you, Tardan. Master, what do we do? Now looking directly to Sir Dougal is going to be going for a Warpick strike. Seeing you, Indigo, you left the space, kind of ignores. 20 is going to hit Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal takes a total of 3 points of piercing damage after resisting the blow. Ends turn. This one directly in front of you. Tardan falls down to the knees and raises the hands up. Master, please forgive us. We were just instructed. We were told. We didn't mean this. You told us to attack here. Please. Nereus one comes up to your backside and jumps at you to grapple you. Please make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check.
Ooh.
3 is now dives down alongside, almost dolphin
It's
diving.
one
on top of
slippery
you.
fish.
And you move to the side. He crashes down. Stop resisting! He yells out towards you.
It's great.
The one on the backside here, yells out in Undercommon Rock. You can understand this. It is retreat. See, moving into the snow bank, then disappearing and vanishing almost into thin air. Now the one above Rock yells out in Undercommon, retreat! Retreat! They are now beginning to move. Harden, you're up.
I'm gonna start pointing up to the hill, yelling at these guys, the followers here, or whatever these guys are, the weird, creepy guys down here. The dwarves have betrayed us. Chase them. Get up off your knees. You are better than this. And I'm just going to try to get them to go after the dwarves,
Okay.
and that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, I'll need you go ahead and make a persuasion check at advantage, please.
Where is persuasion? Oh, that did not roll at advantage for some reason.
It's fine, you can roll it again. I think your deception and your persuasion are literally the exact same, so either one is
Yeah.
22. Okay, sounds good. Anything else in your turn?
Nope, that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, Indigo. One is your concealment. You move, disappears, and vanishes into thin air.
Into thin air.
Vanishes into thin air. Literally, the space around it, they're gone. They just literally disappear. Brock, you're up.
Alright. I don't know how to do this in Foundry, but can I just drop concentration on this fog cloud?
Sure. See if I can get the tile. There you go.
Okay, and then can I guess I can't see any of these guys, so can I just shoot an arrow just like straight out to the east here?
All right, I'm going to move you on top, so it's going to be your movement speed to finish the climb. Then I need you to roll for me a percentile dice.
Okay.
Okay, and then go ahead and target this one and fire the arrow. All right, you see the arrow stick into something in front of you directly here. So as it does, it sticks in and disappears.
How much more movement do I have?
So you're 15 feet below the edge of the cliff, and so you've moved the entirety of your movement to finish the climb.
Okay. Then I will end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Come to this one who's kind of grappled by the thing and is the water swirling around is prone. Yes, master. Takes action to break out of it. Then uses half the movement speed and then stands up to walk. 5 feet. Stretches just a little bit more and is looking towards the cliff and ends turn. Now getting up. Yes, master! His action to dash. Indigo, you're up.
The one that disappeared in front of me, he was here?
Correct.
Do I see footprints, like, repositioning in the snow?
You see footprints going like this, and then they are not there anymore as the uprooted tree does not have snow on the roots. It seems that it's fresh in the way that it's been uprooted.
I'm going to take my frustration out on this individual.
All right, go ahead and make it advantage. One is going to hit. That does 7 points of bludgeoning damage. You come across. It takes the blow, falling down a little bit and picks itself up.
And then Nothing fancy, just another one. Gonna crane kick him right in the side of the head.
Okay, going for a crane kick here on the side of the head. 25 is going to land. That does a total of 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Takes the blow in the head, bleeds from the ear itself. Is dazed, but is still alive.
Okay, and then with that, how tall is this cliff? You said
60 feet.
60 feet. I'm going to see what's going on down there, and I am going to run and jump off the cliff and use slow fall to try to land just down here somewhere.
Okay, so 5 times your monk level. You're currently level 4.
Yep.
All right, you take 5 points of damage, bludgeoning damage, as you land. You're down though.
All right. And that is it.
Come to Kalan here. Kalan is going to be taking a long, very long shot here towards whatever she can see at that angle. It's going to be a miss. Darius, you're up.
All right, so this guy's prone next to him. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, went for a grapple and just dove for you like a dolphin, laying upon the ground. You kind of just rolled a little bit away from them, and now they're telling you to stop resisting.
All right. Well, he'll just look at him. That was stupid.
All right, they hypnotic gaze. You stretch and look in their eyes. They fail. They look towards you. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
See. And that's it.
These poor guys down here have had such a rough time.
Oh bad, man.
Taking action to
Oh,
break
God.
15. Taking action to break 15. As they begin to move, headed for the tree as far as getting up the actual cliff. Big turn. Now come to Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal is going to recklessly swing again towards the one in front. That is going to be 24 to hit, which lands. That does a total of 11 points of piercing damage, stabbing him directly through the chest, grabbing him, they shove him into the actual earth, pulling out the thing there. They're going to go ahead and move about 10 feet in the direction of where they're hearing the movements of shuffling in snow, and then stop. Ending turn. Now come to one that is prone, picking themselves with half movement speed, taking their action to dash. They get to the edge here, aimed for the tree as well. Ending turn, this one picks themselves up, looks towards you. Yes, Master, we apologize. We'll go after them. Moves away. Oh, you're so beautiful. Well, what are you? Oh. Ending turn. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and end combat. Okay. As we end combat, stopping combat, I need, first off, I need you to make a perception check. Rock, at disadvantage, please.
Okay. What's the button for
Hold down control.
disadvantage?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move tokens real quick. Revealing. I need you to make a grapple check. I'm assuming you're trying to capture or kill, so please just make a grapple check for now. As you run up and chasing them down with an arrow stuck in their back, they are still invisible. So, but you have perceived them tracing them through the snow. Alright. You got a nat 1.
Oh,
Got him.
Alright, so as you kind of run up, you grapple them, and just a crossbow. It's on the ground at this point. It's kind of holding and turns around to you. With that, Sir Dougal is going to come over and assist, grabbing onto them and nearby restraining him at this point. So that's what's happening above, right? So you're kind of making way, and obviously you can kill this individual. I'm not going to say you don't have to, but we don't need to go through the steps of attacking and whatnot. So as the crowd here around you, Tartan, they begin to make their way up the actual tree. As they do that, it becomes apparent that they are highly unskilled. And as they get themselves upon the tree, some of them are like barely hanging on as they're falling off of it. I'll help you. And they all begin to make way upon the actual cliffside. So they get all the way up here. And as they get up here, they see the one that is grappled by you both here. And some of them begin to fan out and they begin to look as best as they can around, but they don't see anything. So they kind of stop. Voice yells down from above the cliffside towards you, Tartan. As they yell down towards you, "We don't see them. They're gone. But there's one alive. What do we do?"
Is it with a half-orc and a rabbit man?
I think it's a full orc. Yeah.
Then go ahead and leave them and return to whence you came. Gather your fallen brethren, and Ralph, we'll talk later.
Okay. All right. We'll head back to the hideout. Come on. They all begin to kind of gather themselves as they do. They begin
You
to head
humans.
in the direction of south. Are you saying anything to them as they leave Horak?
I kind of wanted to ask, I don't know, a few things. Well, actually, you know what? I'm single-minded. I want to get out of here. I don't care why they attacked us or whatever. I just want to get out.
Okay. Okay. So as you're both up there, still kind of holding on to this person, you can kill them if you want. That's up to you, Harak. So this one, kill them if you want. You can also keep them grappled. It's up to you. We now come to Nereus. You have this person still within your gaze, is still maintained. And now here comes Duke Umbry and Rillo trudging up through the snow towards you.
Alright, well, he'll just keep singing to keep this guy enthralled, but kind of give the Duke, like, a look.
Do you mind if we tie this one up? I'm gonna ask Nereus as I kind of like walk
In
up,
your
still in the
normal
Duke's voice. No, in the
Okay,
Duke's
okay,
voice,
I
just
was
to
like,
really
oh
fuck with
no,
you.
oh god, no.
Just to fuck with you.
Do whatever you want.
I actually, hey Nereus, you got any rope? And this time you're gonna hear Tardan's voice because I wasn't like paying attention to what I was doing.
And he'll just walk away, breaking the charm.
Okay. You restrain. You're going to release the charm as you step away. Looks up. Master, is that you?
Why did you guys attack this caravan? I told you to attack the one tomorrow.
Well, No, it was today. It was instructed by you, Master. You told us that we had to attack the caravan and await those that followed. You were very clear in your instructions to... Master, I'm confused. You instructed the Dark Ones, did you not? You were supposed to... What is that? That beautiful thing that walked away from me.
That is a merfolk. And if you want him to sing to you again, you're going to fill me in on this imposter that told you to attack my traveling caravan to the Lord.
You're not the Duke. You're not the master. Yeah. No. Gets to ride around. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. No.
I'll go ahead and drop my disguise. As fun as that was.
Okay. I think the easiest way to get your token on board is really just to delete your token. So just give me. I think it's the easiest way is just to go like that. Okay.
You're right, I'm not the Duke. I'm something much scarier. So why don't you tell me again why you guys attacked this caravan? And this time, don't spare any details, otherwise you end up like this guy.
I can't tell you anything. I won't tell you anything. I won't say a word. You can't get anything out of me.
Hey,
Find him.
anyone around here?
I woke
Oh,
up
there's
behind
Indigo.
this man. This kid. I woke up behind him.
Hey, Indigo, can you hit him in the face for me?
What? Hit me in the face. Don't hit me in the face. Ow! Don't hit me in the face.
So, why'd you guys attack the caravan again?
Why did you hit me? We were told. We were instructed. It's the only thing I'm saying.
Can you tell me where your hideout is? Because everyone else kind of went that way, and, I don't know where it's at.
Say another word.
Is this Ralph?
No, Ralph's gone.
Ralph's dead.
Can we get rid of him so we can continue our journey?
I just want to know how many more are out there before, we dispatch of him.
Dispatch of me? Don't kill me.
I never said kill, I said dispatch.
Dispatch
But
means
killing
kill.
is an option.
Wait,
I
what?
mean,
No, don't kill me.
then tell me how many there are and where the hideout is. That's all I want to know. And
I can't. Because if I tell you that, I'll be dead. I swear.
You'll be dead if
you're
you
dead either
don't.
way.
But that means I'm dead either way? Oh no. Oh no, my mom's gonna kill me. Please, don't hurt me.
Where are you from, kid?
You hit me. I'm not gonna tell you anything.
I hit him again.
I'll hit you.
Ah! Why did you stop?
I just want to know where you live. It's an innocent question. You don't even have to tell me where. Are you from Iraq? Are you from down the way? Do you live in the woods? Where do you live?
You're gonna go after my family. I don't want that to happen.
If you say Iraq, I'm not going to know where your family is. I just want to know where you're from about.
He's a renowned family killer. You better be careful.
Roll intimidation.
I mean, he's just trying to
Hey,
get...
you're the fish.
Nereus. Oh, listen to that, Tony. Looks. Okay, I'm from Iraq. Okay? My mom, she lives there. My dad passed away working in the mine. Please, I don't want to say anything else. Don't make me say anything else.
Why are you kids doing this? What's with the cloaks and the handprint on the what are you doing, man?
We're just told to do some things, like ambushing the caravans, and people aren't supposed to die, but those weird creatures up on the cliffs, they took no mercy. We just hid out. We were told to wait and come across whatever came across this, and tell them that they were to take them prisoner. Capture them. That's right. Yes, capture them. And then we were to take them and give them to the dwarfs. Yes, that's right. See, I'm innocent. I swear. I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, the Duke's gonna think you betrayed him, so you can't go back to her rock. I don't really want to kill a kid.
You know, I never
Anyone got a problem with him traveling with us?
knew the Duke was the master. Till now. He stares down. If I knew that,
You would have what, young lad?
taken maybe upon the offer. The offer for coin. It's just a simple right. I said some words. It was quiet. Begins to cry.
This is why I hate everyone on land.
I just openly talk because I'm not really worried about the kid. I talked to like, so we sure the Duke sent them? He sounds like he never met the Duke.
Hey, I don't know. They fell for the disguise and the voice. I don't really know what happened. I was just trying things. Things
Hey.
worked out.
It worked out great. I saw it from the cliff. That's why I jumped down. I was so anxious to come down here and like just, man, hey.
I appreciate it. It was a good performance, wasn't
Did
it?
you see
It was so
did you see
great.
the jump off the cliff? Hey man.
Would you be mad if I said I didn't see the jump?
Yes.
Then yes, I saw the jump. It was beautiful. You landed gracefully.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
What's gonna happen to me?
I personally think you should travel with us. I have more questions for you, and I'd like to keep you safe. There's no reason for you to go back and be dispatched for no reason.
Okay.
The last 2 prisoners he took in were killed within several hours.
I would like to go on record here. I did not kill them. They were killed, but I did not kill them.
He's gonna lead me along to kill me?
No. You just stay by me. I'm not gonna let anyone touch you.
Okay.
Narius? And I'm gonna like stick my finger out at him. This one's mine.
Oh no, he's gonna ride in your cart? I'm so upset.
Is this a bad time to mention that I'm killing my prisoner?
That's fine.
You're up on the hill. He can't see it. So I'm okay with it.
Alright, prisoner dead.
So
I'm gonna pat the boy on the shoulder, but I'm actually gonna move over to these bodies and kind of just start. I'm not trying to loot. I'm trying to see if, dead, what happened to him, that kind of thing. I don't really care about the loot.
Yeah, so as you look upon them, they seem to be smashed by, looks like to be picks of some kind. There's multiple different parts of their body. They're also looted, it seems. They're stretched, purses are open, scattered about. Kind of open and what contents were scattered about and then picked up. The actual wagon themselves, the one in the middle one, appears to have chests that are opened. Nothing else is inside of there besides the 3 opened wooden metallic chests. The wagon at the top end has loose scraps of rags and of potentially sacks that it was in there and other sorts of things. Any animals that were attached to these carts seems as though they've been cut. You're noticing the leathers and other sorts of inner workings of harnesses have been just removed. And the actual hoof prints, just looking with your passive in the actual snow, appears that they continue down the road. Going towards this particular the creature you pushed off here and then got hit by an arrow is wearing a nice piece of chainmail. Seems to have the marking of the pauldron with a fist of white. It's kind of painted on. There doesn't seem to be any personal possessions upon their body. Just approaching and looking through.
I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder again.
Still crying.
Let's take a ride.
To die? No! I don't want to
you're
die.
not gonna die.
He said I'm gonna die. You're
You're not gonna die.
said that you kill prisoners.
I did not. He did not say I killed prisoners. He said prisoners died around me. Okay,
Yep,
it's a thing that happens.
That means that I'm gonna die, right?
No, just stay within 5 feet of me. You're fine.
Where
We all die, my friend.
are we going?
You guys are not helping the situation. This is a poor young child just trying to find his way in the world. He didn't want to kill nobody. You guys are terrifying this poor child.
Are you poor? Dude, I'm poor. High five, kid.
He's restrained.
Well, don't I look like a dumbass?
I
Not
want
the
to go
man.
ahead and take his cowl and stuff off, so that way his face is revealed.
All right, take cowl off. You see innocent-looking face. This particular one is I don't think I gave a description of this particular one. This one has about 17 years of age human, slightly greenish blue eyes, and has brown hair that is kind of wavy and short, slender in the figure, and seems to be malnourished.
I am actually going to. I'm going to feed him one of my rations, actually. Like the jerky and the dried fruit.
Oh, thank you. I haven't eaten for some time. It's not great, but it's doable. Kill me for saying that.
I'm not going to kill you.
Okay.
Uh,
Just staring at Nereus right now.
we should probably get on the road, though, guys. We have been detoured for
I'm going to use
too
my
long.
last key point to Hand of Healing myself.
Okay.
So I am going to lead the boy back to Kalan. And as we kind of walk up, I'm going to ask her if she knows him by any chance.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm actually going to do it in Elvish, too, so that way he doesn't understand me more than likely.
I'm going to walk beside Tard and hand on the shoulder, kind of help the kid along.
Okay, follows along reluctantly. But is still going. I'm gonna go ahead and trying to get a just change up the token. I think at this point, just to differentiate.
I'm just waiting for the Nereus water blast through the back of the skull while we're just walking this poor kid along.
No, you've basically adopted him. It's fine. Your problem now.
All right, so walking along, is still restrained.
Yeah, he's still restrained.
Actually, I'll say I will take the cloak with the handprint on the. I'm going to take that off of that body.
Okay, so take it off the body.
Yep, 100%.
Okay, it's just like a white handprint. It's almost like dipped into white paint of some kind, and then just
in
pushed
case-
onto the
Just in
cloth.
case we need to present it to somebody as evidence.
All right. So as you speak Elvish, you see Kalan asking who this particular individual is. Has the cowl off and is looking up at Kalan. Kalan stretches and looks down and just looks towards you and says in Elvish, "That'd be Frederick."
What can you tell me about Frederick and his family? Because apparently he was working for the Duke.
Yes. Well, that is something I have never seen before. So bravo, well done. Frederick works in the mine. At least used to. I haven't seen Frederick for quite some time. I figured that Frederick had up and disappeared, like many do when they just leave for better endeavors. Clearly, Frederick has stumbled upon something else. His mother lives in town, is a seamstress, works out of the house. Father passed away, no siblings.
You are quite the wealth of information for somebody that doesn't talk. You must spend a lot of time observing the town.
I do.
Well, Frederick is going to join us if that's all right with you.
It's
However,
up to you.
okay. Your observation skills have come in quite handy thus far. However, it sounds like a lonely life, so hopefully you can grow to trust us. And I'm just gonna like lead Frederick into the cart.
Kind of chuckles a little bit.
It's a long shot, but this other boy, he's been dead for more than a minute, right?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Probably about 15, 20 minutes at this point. We're going upon maybe even a half hour with how much conversation has happened.
Well, that is unfortunate. I gotta be faster on the draw. Back in the cart. I gotta check on Burrow.
Burrow.
Yeah, I gotta check my grandpa.
See, Burrow is asleep. Just out cold. You
I
see,
just smile. I'm like, nice. He has no clue what happened.
Stilk is feeding carrots to the goats. Oh, I'm glad that's over. You all safe? Everyone good?
So,
Oh,
question for
all
the
right.
DM.
Yeah, what's up?
Would my character, or actually, I guess since it's a homebrew world, do warlocks kind of work the same? Would I put together that kind of when he mentioned that pack that there's some sort of fiend involved? Maybe not the Duke, but some fiend somewhere
Yeah, so
somehow.
you're well studied. You have arcane knowledge. You do know that there are particular individuals who obtain magical powers or arcane. I would say just harnessing the arcane through a patron. Given the blast that was witnessed, as well as particular, just had to say a few things, and I got through some of the talk, hearsay. You can make the assumption that there is a particular patron at play.
How difficult would it be for me to move these 5 bodies, the kid and the 4 humanoids, and just put them in the covered wagon?
That's fine. It's not difficult. Just take some time,
Okay.
right? Lifting them up
Yeah.
and placing them in.
I'd like to do that.
Okay.
And just get them out of the snow and just give them a little bit of something.
Okay. Sounds good.
Should we take their iron cart and replace it with our empty cart? Just throwing it out there.
Alon, as you say that, Alon hops off of the wagon, begins to walk over to that cart, looks at it. This isn't iron.
Oh, then what is it?
It is rock. Stone. Black. Seems strange. Not sure where it's from. Don't know why a trader would have this.
Do you guys mind if we spend about 10 minutes here for a little bit? I know you're loading bodies. Anyone else have any issues spending 10 minutes?
You're gonna move the wagons out of the way, right?
At some point, but I want to ritual cast detect magic to see if there's anything special about these rocks coming off.
Sure. So as the 10 minutes progress, Indigo, you get the bodies in the wagon. I think at this point, probably ordering Stilk and to help, and Kalan as well, getting the horses off of their wagons and then moving the wagons off at the same time. That will take probably longer than 10 minutes. So at some point, your detect magic does ritualize cast, and you're able to get it off. And as you perceive through these particular rocks, they themselves aren't emitting any sort of magic, but they have touched magic in a way. This particular school of magic seems to be School of Transmutation, and they seem to all have been from the similar area that was very emanating this magic.
What do you see, Torden?
Not a lot, but they were touched by magic. However, they are not magic themselves. I don't know that they would fetch any value. However, a full cart is still worth more than an empty cart as long as Kalan signs off on the extra baggage, seeing as how she's our navigator for this portion of the trek. And I'm going to look at Nereus, trying not to offend him and the navigator skills.
You guys think that this cart... I don't think this cart came from the mine at all. I think this cart is kept around here. Do you guys think all three of these came from town? Seriously? Or were these maybe like just carts that they had from previous caravans that were lost, and then they were put here specifically for decoys or something for us? The kid said he was trying to kidnap the passengers? Is he talking about us?
Yeah, they were talking about us
So the kid,
and giving us to the dwarves for killing the other dwarves.
and so the Duke. So are we 100% sure that the Duke has got the kids trying to kidnap us to turn us over to the dwarves? Are we going with that?
Arden's just gonna nod. Sometimes the weirdest answers are the most real. Doesn't make any sense to me. But there's these magic rocks here. We have an empty cart. We can swap out the carts, and we can just go on with our lives. I don't really care what's going on here. At Frederick, we can dump in the next town. He seems pretty harmless, but he can't go back to Karak.
I'm gonna look around. Dougal! Dougal! Dougal!
Dougal's there. He's hopped
Oh,
down.
there you are.
Yeah, he's just following along.
Oh, I'm short. I don't really know.
I mean,
to the other
Harrison's
side.
not here, so
Yeah, I
tagging
know.
along with everybody.
Dang it. Rock, what do you think?
That's a good question.
You think we should just keep going? I mean, evade capture basically, and just get out of this region, just make to town or city rather, or do we?
Well,
Talking to you too, Darius.
On the one hand, this seems like a really nefarious group, but on the other hand, I kind of doubt their influence is very widespread. You know, I kind of doubt that the Grey Dwarves are going to be all over the continent. I think if we move to the nearest city, we probably have a good chance of evading whatever this is.
Darius, you agree?
It's someone else's problem, but we can alert whoever in the city about it.
Well, if somebody's looking to kidnap us, I think it's our problem, right?
I'm not easily captured. But I don't think anybody was actually after us, just the caravan. The boy doesn't seem to know anything. We can't trust anything he knows.
I agree. He seems like he's blindly following out of necessity or survival. Looks like he hasn't eaten in a few days. When you get to that point, you'll probably do whatever if somebody will offer you a couple silver, but we pressing on?
That has my vote.
Rock. You look like you're struggling, my friend. In thought.
Oh, it's hard to say. I would say if they were after us specifically, then they've failed and we can move on. But if they have some broader plan that involves targeting people in general, then at that point we might want to get involved. But I don't know that we have the information to say whether it was one or the other.
Regardless of what it is, why would we head back? In either scenario, we're at a disadvantage.
I mean, we can always head south to their hideout. We can follow the footprints.
That would be the only detour that I would even consider. I don't think going back to Harak is advantageous for us in any regard, because going back there will just be... We could maybe go to this hideout and figure out how many of these kids have been brainwashed or manipulated. Or, Tardan, do you think you can make friends with Frederick as best you can on the way to the city? See if you can get him to loosen up a little bit about a little bit more information, and then we bring that. This is even more evidence that we can bring towards somebody to maybe get the Lord the heck out of there, because obviously he's no good. He's not doing that town any justice or benefit, really.
I can do my best. However, somebody may have told him that people die around me. And
It's
I'm just
not
going to
my
kind of like.
fault if you make people uneasy.
Just tell him people die around myself, and I'll pat Dougal on the shoulder. Just say, as long as he's cool, then he's cool. But if he tries to run, I'll break his frickin' knee where he'll never walk again.
That's not how you talk to people.
Oh, but I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to the kid. You said I had to watch what I said to the kid, but I'm talking to you because you, like, you know,
Isn't he right here?
I will translate to the. No, the kid's in the car. We're over.
he doesn't talk. I mean,
Yeah,
the other kid, he's dead, which,
Yeah, you put
you know,
Frederick inside of the wagon at this point.
He's spending time with Kalan, who I should be spending time with, but y'all are out here wasting my time. So
Oh.
fair enough, fair enough. So, all right. So, plan A, we jump in the cart. You have a heart-to-heart with the kid on the way to town, and then see what you can find out. And then when we get to town, we need to find somebody. Like, we can go our separate ways by town if you guys aren't inclined to stick around, but I'm a big fan of balance, even though I'm kind of all over the place and I'm a little chaotic. I don't like the fact that there's an imbalance in that city that we came from. So I'm tasked to try to correct that imbalance.
So let me walk you through my train of thought here, because maybe I'm crazy. I was obviously right about the Duke and the stupid dwarves. God, I hate dwarves now. The way that their type of magic works is there has to be a powerful being as a patron. The Duke, when we met him, did not give off that type of feeling to me, which means that there is somebody stronger at play here. Is it the Lord? I have no idea, which means that if we go to town, there's a good chance that we're still going to get in trouble. The other thing is, if we try to turn them into the Lord, we could also just get ambushed.
Could you sense if the Lord is one of these patrons you're talking about? I don't really know too much about this stuff.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. That's not my area of specialty. I just know how the magic works. We would have to find somebody with the opposite kind of magic. That's usually how balance works.
But are you sure you don't like dwarves? All dwarves or just these dwarves?
Look, I'm over dwarves. I'm over them.
I would like to go over and grab this dwarven body and drag it over to Tardan and treat him like a scarecrow. Are you sure you don't like dwarves, Tardan?
Arden is just going to walk back towards the cart. My decision's been made. We're going to town.
I dropped the body.
As long as there's no objections, we continue.
To town!
Yes.
Continue to move
And
on.
I backflip all the way to the cart.
Okay. Go ahead and activate the continent map. You saying something there, Marshall?
Oh, I just said yep.
Yep.
Going to town.
Neri, she said you wanted to go to the hideout?
No.
Okay,
As
so
your hired guide, we should go to town and get as far away from this as possible.
Arius and I agree on something.
Crazy. It's like a
As
friendship
I said,
building.
I hate this place.
okay, so as you continue your journey, headed on the road, you begin to round in to that path, and then you begin to make your ascent. So as you're doing this, it's difficult. You know, it's like Kalan and Silk, they kind of hop out, and they're helping out with some of the wheels sometimes, right? Grabbing a wooden plank that's inside, laying them down when the road gets itself too slippery, attempting to grab some more traction. They're moving the horses manually up front. They're continuing to press them. The temperature itself continues to drop, and the weather conditions near turn into a blizzard as they're kind of whizzing and moving about. Lanterns dangle as best as they can, lighting them from the wagons themselves and hitching them near the actual seats of the stagecoaches, quote unquote. And you're pressing into the night. It gets to roughly 8 o'clock here, so we're going to go to 8 p.m. and mark onto the map as traversing into the pass. And it's at this point that you have traveled at a distance and making good time. It seems as though they're right with having this amount of animals and less of cargo, as well as you did pick up what was in that wagon. You were able to get that into the one wagon that was near empty. Those odd rocks that were giving off that presence. You come into the conditions, and you're barely seeing in front of you at this point in the actual pass, and you are getting the idea that, hey, we've reached maybe the height of elevation here. It doesn't seem like we're going up anymore, or we're not going topsy-turvy almost. We're leveled off. And there's something strange up ahead. And as you're navigating through the crevasse, right, it kind of opens up into a slight opening in the actual crevasse. And not necessarily that it's just like open valley, but in the sense that the cliff sides themselves just get a little bit broader, and the slopes slightly less steep but more gradual on the sides. And this is where we're going to go and activate this map. And as you come into this area here, I put your tokens on the board. You're wrapping around. So you're starting off on the north, and you're kind of wrapping around. And I've just put your tokens on to get vision here, but you're technically off map at this point. based on passive perception, you're able to, at least one of you is able to see this. If I mark, yep. And you see a wagon up ahead. And this particular individual that's able to passively perceive this is Harak. So, Harak, you're able to see this wagon up ahead, as well as, I believe, Indigo. You both are able to see it with your passive perceptions. And the wagon seems to be turned. It's kind of flipped over a little bit, kind of not necessarily straight up, but it's slightly at an angle. And there seems to be stuff behind it, kind of piled behind, as far as the different shadows and the blizzard conditions. It's difficult to see. It's tough. And you're kind of moving still with the wagons and coming into this space. And you have the decision at this point: do we stop the wagons? Do we continue to up here, right? With the wagons and then investigate, right? It's just strange. There's nothing else in the area that you can perceive as you look up and down, as the conditions are too fierce to be able to see with passives.
Do we stop, or we're not able to go around this cart?
Only you, Indigo, and you, Harak, actually see this wagon in the conditions that are currently provided. And so currently, right now, the wagons are just continuing through.
I'm in the middle.
Oh.
Rock, are you in the front or the back one? Or, I mean, it doesn't matter, but I'm just curious.
Oh, I'm with the young guy. I don't know where that is.
You're in the back. Okay.
Yeah.
So Indigo,
Why
you're in
we-
the middle, and Harak, you're in the back.
I would just... Yeah, if there's a possibility where, like, I look and then I see it, and then I kind of look at Harak, and then maybe we see it together, I'll be like, hold up, there's... Yeah, I definitely warn, Kalan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you yell
Sounds
out.
like another ambush.
Yeah, just, pass
Okay.
blocked cart,
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kalan stops it off map before it kind of rounds down and around with the curve. And you can see kind of stops and just stretching through, doing the best they can to perceive. And it's at this point that they see the wagon as well. And they're looking as best as they can. They stand up upon, grabbing the bow out and just stretching and looking through the conditions of whipping snow. And they see the wagon up ahead. And they look back towards all of you. What do we do?
This feels like another trap.
Are we able to go around it?
Not with the wagons.
I'll go ahead and see if there's anyone lying in wait for us.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with him.
Do we think, before we go, do we think that it's the Duke or the dwarves?
Probably both.
I don't know. Would the dwarves be able to? Well, I don't know with this magic you're talking about that they have. They attacked us way back there. Would they be able to get word all the way this far up the pass and then do another ambush? Or was this like a backup ambush to the first ambush if the ambush didn't work, and then this is like ambush plan B?
Arden's just going to shrug, and he's going to look at Frederick. Do you mind if I borrow this? And I'm just going to kind of like outline him, and then I'm going to cast Disguise Self on myself and transform into him with the cowl on.
Okay.
I'm gonna stealth up to the cart.
All right. If you're stealthing it, please roll stealth, and then
I'm gonna,
Taryn, you are disguising self, or are you just wearing
Yeah.
clothes?
I am disguising self, and then I'm just going to so I guess I need to use the spell slot, huh? Do. Wolf Frederick.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I'll walk up kind of like I'm supposed to be here if others want to follow.
Indigo's following. Rock, what are you doing?
think I'm gonna try to quote unquote stealthily in this scale mail climb up to this upper level.
Okay. That cliffside is about 8 feet. It's easily scalable. It's not even really steep at all. It's more like a slope. So you're able to get upon that. I'm going to go ahead and shift you, get you into this position. Nereus, where are you at?
He's gonna stay with the cart.
Stay with the cart. Sir Dougal is going to follow you, Harak, in your positioning, and I'm going to go ahead and put Sir Dougal right there, just your sign, kind of climbing up with you. Are you rolling stealth at all, Harak?
Yes. As soon as I find it.
All right, so we got a 9. Sir Dougal actually got a 9 as well on the stealth check, climbing up with you. So Tardan, as you approach, and Inigo, you approach, a voice from atop of the actual cliffside, coming from in this direction, begins to yell out towards you. Stop moving!
It's the dwarves again.
Lay down your weapons and raise your hands on your knees.
What language is this in?
Common.
Alright. Does it sound like a dwarvish voice?
Does.
Taking a wild guess. I guess I'll call back in undercommon. We need to get through. Just keep it short and simple. That's all.
We were tasked to stop anything from coming through. State your name.
And
Did
This
he
is
say that
tough.
in common or undercommon?
Common.
this is tough. I have to like undo my trying to play as Cora. 'Cause I know what she would do, but
I'm gonna whisper to
am-
Tard and be like, can you vanish like you did before?
The snow will give me away, but I'm going to try one thing. And I'm just going to yell out, I am Frederick of the Dark Ones. I am sent by the Master. Let us through.
No one cares what you are, Frederick. What filthy scum the Duke has lying around.
That confirms some things for me, so I'm okay with this.
I'm lost out of character. You have to explain it to me later. I don't know what that means.
So Frederick very quickly, when he was on the ground, mentioned that that the Master had sent the Dark One or the Dark Ones, aka whatever these guys are. So I was trying to use that to convince them, and they just confirmed that the Duke is the quote unquote master for me, which is great.
I'm gonna also whisper to you and say, I can't lay down my weapons.
I'm going to take a 5-foot step towards him and instantly reach out and cast invisibility on him.
So as you move 5 feet, taking movement, you hear the cranking of something large, almost as if it's a javelin being put into a string or a vise of some kind. Before we continue on with the session, I'm going to go ahead and reveal positionings of what exactly that you're hearing, as
I'm gonna
there
die.
are ballista, 2 of which are over here. I'm going to go ahead and reveal token position as well, as these ones who are operating them reveal. And then there are another one up here with 3 that are positioned on this one, as they are stringing in a javelin-like bolt upon these miniature, not miniature, but smaller, compact-sized ballista that seem designed in specific ways of being mobile. They are pitched into the earth, and they're being rotated and turned in your direction as you take 5 feet. Before you reach your hand out, another one reveals themselves, coming into space. This one is on top of the cliffside, which is where the voice is emanating from. As this person begins to speak out, I'll give you just a visual description as they just appear into the air. As the sun is down, you are still able to make out that they are broad-shouldered and wide male gray dwarf. No hair on head, but has a bushy white beard flowing down to the waist. Seems to have a war-pick and shield and protected by plate armor. There's a small cloth backpack sits in the back, and a leather satchel dangles from the side. In addition to that, they have the fist across the plate directly at the center chest. And as they stretch out to you, I would advise not to do that. I am Malrim Flamebelch, and you have 3 ballista aimed at you. Touch your companion. We will fire, and you can count the rest of your friends dead. What do you do, Tardan?
Damn, this got complicated real quick. If you are Malgrim, that means that you can take me to Stonefist. We mean you guys no harm, and we are simply trying to pass.
Roll persuasion. You seek an audience with Prince Grawl Stonefist. Tell me, how did you hear of this name?
Your other dwarves lost their honor as they gave up secrets about you, and as such, as is the ways of honor, we put them out of their misery, because a life in dishonor is not a life worth living.
It's almost as if you grew up in the great jeweled city of Jolinja yourself.
Honor is the same amongst different species. I respect your ways, and I'm hoping you will respect me
But
for
you
it.
talk too much, and I hate that. Know when to shut up. That's my advice. Lay down your
I'm
weapons on your knees. You'll be restrained. Then you will have the audience you seek with Prince Grawl Stonefist.
I will put down my rapier and get on my knees. And I'm just going to look to everyone else to see what they do. I'm going to let everyone make the decision themselves.
Okay. So obviously, Indigo, you don't have weapons. You fall to your knees.
I proceed to cut my hands off to disarm myself.
Oh boy.
I out of character. I'm assuming I had a short rest on the way here.
Yes, it was a total of 6 hours. So yeah, you sure rest.
Okay. All right. I look at Torton and I say, "You sure this is gonna work? I'm not a fan of kneeling. I told you that."
They have honor. We should at least get our audience. Beyond that, I'm winging it at this point.
I do not kneel, but I put my hands in my sleeves like this in a very non-threatening manner, and I just stand quietly.
Okay, Rock, what are you doing?
Okay. I'm going to respond in Undercommon. Dwarf, we recognize your right to the mountains. Is it not our right to traverse the surface world?
Oh, yes. I would like to kill the one that told you such interesting information. But they're already dead. I'm sure. It was a quick death? No? Yes? Maybe? Who knows? Who cares? You
Find out
surface
then.
dwellers are all the same. Law and order and pleasantries. Claiming a mountain, not claiming a mountain. There's more at stake and there's more at play. If you will not lay down your arms or go to your knees, then you will die, and your heads will be brought to Prince Grawl Stonefist instead. Perhaps they won't say as many words.
I will bring your head to Grawl Stonefist before I cut his from his shoulders.
Oh, dang.
Oh, dang.
Oh, help.
It's like, help me.
In the middle of the open, 3 ballistas aimed at me. This is going to go great.
Darius is just happily sitting in the cart. You
Yeah.
know, everything's fine.
So your wagons are behind total cover at this point. You're far off, right? So Darius, you're seeing. You have your light spell, obviously, and there's nothing seems to be shifting nearby you and the sides of the steep cliff sides that you're at. So you're in a relatively protected area as far as you're concerned, and you're just hearing a little bit of voicing, right, from the blizzard that's happening around. But
I mean,
nothing
he
else.
knows that they'll yell if they need him, but truthfully told, I mean, if something bad happens, he won't be blamed, so.
So Harak, on that, you see the ballistas turn in the direction, at least 2 of them in the direction of you. Sir Dougal is going to follow along with you, Harak, in this way, and typical probably Harrison fashion, just go along with it. Kill a ball. As the ballistas turn in the direction of that towards you, before we will roll initiatives. Apparently, as Harak is not laying down weapons or kneeling down, combat will be held in the next session. That we'll go ahead and end it here.
These dwarves, man, relentless.
I'm so over dwarves.
What in the
I'm so
world?
over dwarves.
They just don't like us.
No. They really don't.
They just don't.
You know, I almost got them to take us to their leader. We were close. I don't know how that would have played out. Probably with the same thing, but
I'm about to go to their leader just out of spite.
I'm taking the fight to them. Got no choice. All right, somebody calculated some experience here for y'all.
Ballistas. I have a feeling that ballistas are bad.
yes.
Yes, they are.
I don't know if you've ever been hit by a human-sized arrow before, but I probably wouldn't recommend it.
That's why I took monk, so I can deflect missile. But it doesn't say deflect ballista, so I feel like that would.
You can't deflect a ballista.
Yeah, I feel like that would work. I would try to catch it, and
Yeah,
it
it
would
would work.
just pull. It would pull me into the ground with it.
You just probably couldn't throw it back, but you could definitely deflect.
You'd mitigate the damage.
Yeah,
a
you'd
little bit,
mitigate the damage. Yeah,
I still have 2
some
fog
of it,
clouds.
anyways.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, it's probably gonna do more than that.
I'm just hoping that we leveled up.
All right, so we have 1,080 experience each, which puts you at 5,250 experience total. Change that there.
Did you update Harrison's?
Yeah, I'm gonna get Harrison's right now. I'm just making sure. I'm also gonna give Harrison a short rest here as well. It's unfortunate that Harrison couldn't join us. I'm sure you got soaked into all of that.
I wonder if he was
Family
just
stuff.
listening, but I feel like he would have posted on.
Well, there was somebody
Discord if it
watching the stream. In addition, I think there's just been two of us. I've been watching, and I think one of y'all, but a third viewer hopped on for a little bit, so it could have been Harrison. All right, so I've just did that. Okay. Now, does anybody have questions? You all confused?
Why are these dwarves so mean? Why don't they just let us talk our way out of every situation?
I mean, we've only murdered like 15 of them so far.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
They don't know that.
They don't know that.
They're
They
just not
have.
allowed to let anybody pass. It's not personal.
Right.
Nothing personal, kid.
What you're getting a lot from these encounters is that there are orders. They are tasked in order to do this. You're not even sure if those that ran away from the previous encounter even made it here. It seems as though this has been set up for some time and just positioned in this way.
See,
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty unlikely that anybody could have beat us here. Unless they had.
Yeah, but it could have been the orc or the one from last night that escaped.
I mean, maybe, but how would they know what we wanted to do? Unless the Duke is really behind it all. But even then, like, we're just nobodies. Like, why does he care?
And it could just be wrong place, the wrong time.
Would be.
Who
But we'll never
knows?
know because we'll never head back to Harrox.
Yeah, you're all on the way to get out and heading out.
I'm really glad we did because this place is the worst.
It's
There's
so
Confirming
over
all.
dwarves.
I
Narius
should
is
have
just like, I was so
expected
right.
such disgusting things. So one thing to clarify about the figures is that the hooded figures with the cowls, because based on the fact that you went over their bodies, right, their investigation, so they had each had a steel leather armor is what the bodies had. So this is for you pretty much, Indigo, going through that because we didn't go through those bodies. They also had common short swords upon, just kind of sheathed in, and then underneath the armor was just regular clothing in the sense what the miners were wearing. They weren't wearing anything too particular, anything that really stood out, but they had decent boots on. It seems that their boots were a little bit more upkept and clean, and that, as well as some gloves, like leather gloves to keep their hands warm, and as well as kind of warmer pelts that they had over their shoulders, and that was underneath the cloaks, that kind of the drabs that would go over to almost disguise themselves. Both the bodies were young, 19, 17, nothing greater than 20, and they happen to all be humans in this particular arrangement of bodies that were there.
you said they were malnourished.
They were malnourished, and these bodies were as well. They seem to be a lack of food and things. That's what their appearances were. I don't know how much that helps you at this point because you're continuing to press on, but just kind of clarifying that because we went through that. I forgot to give that detail.
Yeah. As soon as he jumped in the cart, he would have been in his journal for about 30 minutes, and then
Yeah, and then encountering this situation, Now that you both, Tard and Indigo, are a little bit up ahead, it seems that the path continues past this point, and continues to ride around, and then the ravine gets closer and closer, right? So this little opening kind of ends as it continues forward. The cliff sides on this kind of slope here are 8 feet. And then up here, this distance is 30 feet from your level. So 8, and then that distance up. And then there all as well as tracks, almost as if there is an entrenched area that has been impacted for some time. It seems that this entrenched area has grooves on either side, fitting for maybe a wagon of sorts. You also can stretch just above this cliffside and see there is a wagon hidden underneath a tree, tucked in there, and filled with supplies and backpacks.
Is this campaign secretly Oregon Trail, or there's just wagons everywhere? Or...
Somebody's gonna die of dysentery next week.
Hey, I'm from Oregon, so hey, don't fault it. Wagons
know.
for life. No, this isn't Oregon's Oregon Trail, but the wagon that is blocking you off here in this position, something about it is awfully familiar, and it has the labels of the Heroic Mining Company on it. This wagon right here. To give you some more information. Do we have any questions after that?
Find out more next week.
All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel kind of dumb for not asking Pelu how many of his expeditions actually make it to the thing, because I'm starting to think it's not very many.
You also, I don't believe any of you asked if the caravans were ever attacked.
Curious, like if it's full of iron from the surface, why would the dark if these dark iron if the dark dwarves are, they care not for the iron on the surface anyway, so if you're just hauling worthless crap to them, why would they even care?
Well, the stuff that they mined out of the tunnel wouldn't be worthless, right? Because that wasn't surface iron.
Or he said surface, and like just the good stuff is further down.
Yeah,
Is
very
is what-
far down is the
Yeah,
interpretation.
okay.
Not at the
so-
mine. The mine level is surface for them. So everything in the mine
Okay.
is at the surface. They're referring to things that were it's extremely far down from where they come from.
Okay.
This again seems odd. Like, what are they? Why are they doing this? Like, why are they taking these things? Right? Like, what's the point if they don't have any value of them? Right. Which begs also the question of they didn't fire on sight. They seem to talk to you first in both situations, except for the previous one.
Because they're stupid.
That's exactly, I believe, what Darius would think. Is it dumb? I like it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and close up the stream then. If anybody's watching, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Group 5, everyone. Woo!
Group 5.
5.